Introducing an exciting new darts competition featuring top international players competing for more than £1 million in prize money. There is a new MODUS Super Series champion every... Introducing...
Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. If you're joining us for the very first time, here's Chris Murphy with an explanation of all the rules.
Introducing the MODUS Super Series, an exciting new weekly darts competition featuring top international players competing for more than £1 million in prize money. There is a new MODUS Super Series champion every 13 game weeks. The winner of MODUS Super Series 1 will be crowned on Saturday the 22nd of October 2022. So how does it work? 12 players compete every game week with live footage of every match broadcast 6 days per week on Sporty Stuff TV. Group matches take place Monday to Friday in morning and evening slots as players compete in a series of eliminators. The 6 qualifying players contest the finals every Saturday evening. Round-robin group matches are followed by semi-finals and the final, producing a new winner each week. Every 13th week, the winners from the previous 12 weeks contest the MODUS Super Series Champions Week. The winner takes home the MODUS Super Series title and earns a place on the honours board. After Champions Week, the action starts again for week 1 of the next series.
Thanks for that, Chris. Rather you than me. Anyway, delighted to be joined by one of our team of commentators, Henry Deacon. Good morning, pal.
Always a pleasure, mate.
Nice shirt, I have to say. Did you get that out of my wardrobe?
Yeah,
I don't think it would have fit. Well, we had a great day yesterday. It was the start of Group A, of course. Anything stand out for you?
I think Lisa Ashton was a standout player, wasn't she, yesterday? 4 wins from 5, absolutely superb. I think throughout the day she was the most consistent player as well. We saw some players with some big averages, maybe not back it up, but her mean average overall was probably the best out of everyone and just the most consistent. Her doubling was absolutely deadly.
Well, let's take a quick look at the results from yesterday. And there was some outstanding performances. We started with Graham Usher defeating Lisa Ashton, her only defeat, as you mentioned, on the day. He started so well, 99.9 average, but then seemed to just fall off the edge of a cliff.
Yeah, and with Graham, he's one of those players, once he gets off to a good start, you don't expect him really to dip. But yesterday was kind of a bit out of character for him. You thought, you know, every player at some point during that opening day takes the group by the scruff of their neck, and you just thought that 99 average, maybe he's the player to do so, and you expected him to kick on from that. But yeah, after that, it just seemed to slowly, gradually go down. But today's a fresh day, a new day, moving day, as we like to call Tuesday here in Group A. So an opportunity for him just to come back in, fresh mindset. Pretty much every player is still with a chance of winning the group, so get off to a good start and keep that consistency throughout. And
it was a great response from Lisa because she produced her best average of the day after that defeat. She averaged over 98 in a fabulous win.
Exactly, and it's very easy after losing that opening game in the way that she did to then get your head down and be deflated, because it's tough coming back on after a defeat. But mentally she made sure that she got herself back up for it again, and it was a clean slate for her, and now she's, you'd say, the favourite to get out of this Group A.
Yeah, and Alan Tabern sort of did the reverse, didn't he? Started slowly, and then in his final 2 matches picked up 2 wins. He was dead last in the table, and then really did produce in the final match of the day.
Yeah, there was a real danger he was going to be cut adrift, wasn't there, at some point yesterday? But credit to him, he got those big victories towards the end of the day, and it gives himself a fighter's chance. And the other thing he's got is that little bit of momentum, hasn't he, going into today's session? And winning those last couple of games yesterday means he would have slept better, he would feel better about himself than if it was perhaps the reverse, and he won his first couple of games and then lost the others. So I think there's a lot of mental strength and a lot of mental fortitude that goes into this group because you're playing so many games off the bat.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you say, it puts him right back in the mix for today. And that final match yesterday where he did produce, it's going to be different mentality going into this one because he defeated Dan Reed, and that is our opening match of this session.
Yeah, and
how will Dan Reed have slept?
It's an interesting one because you're playing the same player despite having what happened yesterday, and you've got to try and make sure it's as clean slate as possible, but as we both know, it's easier said than done.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that is our first match of the day. It is Dan Reed against Alan Tabern. Henry's going to hot-foot it down into the commentary box and be joined by Matthew Edgar. Well, we might as well get on with the action, and it is Charlie Coulston taking us through that first match.
Do a reset in there, of course, where he's rushing to get it done. Afternoon. Alan Tabern taking that one 4-0. He will also have the advantage of throw in this game today as well. Dan Reed, been playing well as of late. Got himself to the final of the plate in Cardiff, champion of champions, the old cutthroat best of 3, just like the old news of the World Series. So he'll like this short format. Been playing it recently.
First leg, it's Alan to throw first. Game on.
Alan Tabern has had a little bit of a break. We said yesterday we expected him to start a bit slow, and as we've heard already, he warmed up at the back end of that day, putting in his best performance of the day in the last game with the
140.
Over Dan Reed, and he's keeping that going here, straight in today with a 140.
140.
Well, morning, Matt.
Nice sprint down the stairs.
85.
I'm going to get the steps in today.
But Alan looking to continue where he left off yesterday. Coming in nice and quick.
83.
A lot more bright and bubbly this morning as well around the practice room. Certainly just needed those couple of games just to settle himself
40.
back into it again. And he's up and running on day one.
We were speaking upstairs about the psychology of the fact that he won the last couple of games yesterday after struggling at the start.
140.
And perhaps if it was the other way round, where he won the first couple of games and then lost the last few, would there be a different mindset going into the day,
59.
despite being on the same
Daniel
tally of
required
points?
138.
We're certainly going to see that theory put to the test very quick, because Dan Reed is that exact scenario the opposite way round. He comes into this on the back of that 4-0
98.
defeat, despite playing some good stuff in the middle part of the day. And it looks like Dan Reed is going to make that a non-point, really. He's on a 13 darter here in the opening leg, leaves himself top half the 12
135. Daniel require 40.
for the breaker throw.
Game shot on
And
the
seals
first
it
leg.
in 13
Dan Reed.
darts. There's the answer to your question. It looks like it's a no question. You can bounce back pretty quick.
You're going to have to do that in this format.
Second
You're
leg,
going to
it's
win a
Dan
few,
to
you're going to
throw
lose a
first.
few. Dan Reed takes the opener. It's the way he took the opener, as you say, in 13 darts.
100.
Instant breaker throw.
See, we look at... Oh, well, we're looking at this going in. You just knew that was going to go in. I was going down a
180.
different track. I look at that. Look how the darts are sat, and you just know that is going in for a 180 there. But going away and coming back does have a
60.
different... We're looking at Tavern taking that 4-0 victory at the end of yesterday. But going away and resetting... A lot goes on when you go back to that hotel room. A lot of thoughts. You have that
27.
sleep, you know, refreshes a lot of things. And you mentioned that word momentum. Does that break stop the momentum?
And do you think it changed depending on what group you're in? Obviously, in these daytime
125.
sessions, you're finishing at around about 2 p.m. So you've got the rest of the day to yourself to kind of potter about, do what you need to do, go get dinner and relax at the hotel. Whereas perhaps
84.
when you're playing in Group B, when you're finishing late at night, there's only one thing you want to do, and that's go straight to kip. How much does that change the psychology of the players, depending on what group you're in?
45.
It's tough to... Everyone's different as well. Everyone will do something different with this. I'm guessing with Alan, he'd have got back...
40.
He'd probably had an afternoon nap, knowing Dowland. He'd have gone back, had a little afternoon kit, got up, mulled around for a bit, and then got back to bed again.
You certainly have a few kips when you work here.
91. Alan, you require 170.
25 matches to play over the 5 days. It's a darting marathon. And Dan Reid's
60.
turning this into a bit of a
Dan, you
sprint at the
require
moment.
80.
80 the shot. For 2-0, and to confirm that breaker throw, double 10. That's a nice lie, that. Makes the target bigger.
60.
Comes over the top.
Alan, you
gives Alan
require
a chance to get that
110.
break back on the 110.
We speak about moments that can change games in this short course format. Shots like this 110
95. Dan, you
can
require
potentially do it,
20.
but not on this occasion. So, double 10 for a 2-0 lead for Dan Reid.
Game shot
And
on the
he's
second
halfway
leg.
towards banishing
Dan
the
Reid.
woes of yesterday against Alan Tabern. He leads in the first game of the day against Tabern after losing the last game of yesterday against the Saint.
Third leg, it's Alan to throw first.
Interesting choice there who went for that one for the 90. Going for the ball and the tops, and then gave him a little half clap on the leg
140.
when he took the leg out.
And I think for Alan Tabern as well is he did so well yesterday to work his way back into the group and work his way back in contention. The last thing
60.
he'll want to do here is lose first game on Tuesday and kind of outdo the hard work you did towards the end part of yesterday.
Oh, was talking about how he needed to win that last
40.
game, and then puts in his best performance, takes a 4-0 victory, and brings himself back in on the legs as well. Because the leg difference will become a factor when you've got a group as tight as this. Everyone is playing to their statistics.
96.
Indeed they are. Not often do you see it so close to the stats. Sometimes we see some
100.
anomalies, sometimes we see players exceed or go under, but as you mentioned, we've been looking at the year-long stats for these players in this competition, and they all
100.
pretty much match up to type. In the minute, Dan Reid averaging 89.86, Alan Tabern 87.5.
140.
As Tabern cracks in a 140, single 20 with the first dart, 2 trebles with the final 2.
140.
Good shot there for Dan
Alan,
to
you
put the pressure on
require
this 81. Kind of needs to go. If he doesn't, opportunity to break the throw. 72 to go. Cannot go in this shot, so the 103 for the
41.
double breaker throw
Dan, you
and a
require
3-0
105.
lead.
$65. Alan, you
So
require
big darts
40.
coming up for Alan Tabern to half the deficit.
$20.
And how big
Dan, you
are
require
those
40.
3 darts missed for the Saint? Because Dan Reid can step in
Game
and
shot
get
on
the
the
double
third
breaker
leg.
throw,
Dan
open up a
Reid.
3-0 lead, and now finds himself just 1 leg away from the match.
Fourth leg, it's Dan to throw first.
It's interesting. So I called a lot of Alan's games yesterday, and I was watching him always leave that tops and always pull it low. I've had a look at the stats this morning,
30.
and it seems to be the way he likes to go. Until today, he had thrown 119 darts at tops, hitting 30. So 25%,
100.
roughly 25% hit rate. 41% on the 16s. Although he might not feel like he likes it, the data certainly says he does.
140.
As a player, is it all about feel? Just how you feel about certain plays, a certain double? Almost like a cricketer, you know, a bowler, where
100.
they like a certain line and a certain length.
It'll change in the moment as well. Certain moments will change how you feel about what way you're going to go about things. But at the moment, that tops just isn't
81.
working.
You mentioned yesterday, you get 5 cracks
140.
in Group A, so he'll have 4 more games after this, so he has got time to put it right, but you don't want to be putting yourself under that sort of pressure right from the get-go, especially in Alan Tabern's
90.
position. He did well to work
Alan,
his
you
way back in the
require
grid towards the end of yesterday.
161.
You don't want to be giving up those gains right from the get-go.
44.
What a way this would be to
Dan, you require
win the match for Dan
160.
Reid, 160. To open the day. With what would have been a 4-0 win, he may
100.
come back
Alan, you
if Tavern
require
doesn't take the 117.
And he won't take the 117. Again, pulls it over to the left-hand side.
52.
Gives Dan Reid a chance at the
Dan, you
60 for the
require
match.
60.
2 darts.
40.
Doesn't go,
Alan, you
gives Tavern
require
a chance
65.
to get a breaker throw back and get himself back into the game. He fought himself back into the day yesterday.
Game
he
shot
can
on the
start
fourth
fighting
leg.
himself back
Alan
into
Tavern.
this game as he does so with the double top, which I said he was due to hit anytime soon because he's really good at it.
To steal a phrase from Chris Mason, is
Fifth
Alan
leg,
Tabern
it's
in
Alan
this
to
sort
throw
of
first.
moment now
Game
where
on.
you can kind of free roll?
I think he's now in a position actually where he doesn't need much. He's done
23.
the hard bit now. You know, if we look at what he needs to do, he's got to hold the throw here. One more break and he becomes the hot favourite for this game.
And if you actually have a look at the statistics,
85.
4-ton plus throws, 4-ton 40 pluses, it's still early in the morning, and the solitary max of the match. He isn't too far away. It's just been
96.
Dan Reid's been able to take advantage of the big moments in this match.
The moments have sort of been presented with those setup shots from Alan. Those sort of shots that will get him to that
60.
2-dart position. 201 down, he's taking 6. And if he can tidy that up, the stats are going to start going in his favour. He's tidying this one up.
140.
And you just sense that Tabern's on the incline as Reid is beginning just to de-accelerate a bit.
70. 60.
Well, this is one of 15 games today. 6 players in this group. Also in Group A, Lisa Ashton, Justin Smith, James Richardson and Graham Usher. So we've got some
45.
fantastic ties coming out throughout the course of the day. We're here till about 2 p.m. So please do join us on Sporty Stuff TV
83.
for all the action as it unfolds.
That's what we're talking about with that setup shot. That last start going in the 3 has put him back to a 3-dart finish again.
55.
In this
Alan, you
situation, it's not
require
going to be too much of a
99.
problem. He's still going to get 6 darts at this. Is he going to go tops? No, he's going for the double 10. Leaves him
89.
back at the top end of the board. Double 5 will come back.
Are you surprised he didn't go for tops? Because if he fancies double top as his finishing double, would you think in those situations where you can go for the
60.
combination he would?
Alan, you
Well,
require
he's left it
10.
at every single opportunity, hasn't he, so far? Going straight for
Game
this
shot on
and
the
straight
fifth
in
leg.
one dart.
Alan
Alan
Tabern.
Tabern pulls it back. That is a hold of throw, and it is now all eyes on Dan Reid. Dan Reid will be throwing first in this leg, trying to wrap up the match. But as Alan Tabern came back into
Sixth
the
leg,
whole
it's Dan to
day,
throw first.
he's
Game on.
doing it in this game. Coming back from 3-0 down. It's now 3-2 to Dan Reid.
And maybe now the result from yesterday comes into
60.
play. Because Dan Reid knows what happened in the last game of yesterday. Alan Tabern beat him. And now from 3-0 up in a position of
97.
authority, Tabern is just slowly tapping him on the shoulder.
$131.
Also comes down to, did he then start thinking about getting those legs back? And now he's like, oh, I've lost a leg, lost a leg. Now it comes down to the points again.
100.
Like you said a second ago, Alan is certainly on the increase. Average is slowly rising. The ton plus column is rising.
100.
And sometimes the most dangerous thing for a dart player to do is to think.
Yeah, we're not good at that.
I'm glad you said it, not me.
100.
Up to an 85.16 now, Alan Tabern. Like I say, slowly rising. Dan Reid needs to get this over with, and he's certainly motoring to that finish line with that 140. Leaves himself a nice 2-darter after 12 darts.
140.
Well, this 70 is under pressure. 20 for tops for the match. Well, the bullseye after that double 5.
$45.
Well, that would have been
Alan, you require 64.
an interesting way to win the match, an unconventional route to win the match. We may be going all the way because Alan Tabern wants double 16.
32.
And that would have taken us the distance.
25.
So for the opening rubber on Tuesday here at the Super Series, 5 double 10 is Dan Reid's MO for 25.
15.
But it is not
Alan,
the MO to victory.
32.
It's a little overbalance there for Alan. And again, just comes very wide there. This normally goes in. When you throw a dart like that, we normally pop it in straight away. Double 8.
24.
Not this time gives Dan Reid 3
Dan,
more
you
chances
require
to win
10.
the match. Double 5. Just on the line. Just needs to come a little
5.
lower. That's a little too low.
Alan, you
Tavern comes
require
back
8.
again. If he takes this, he will have the throw in the
Game
last
shot
leg,
the
and that
sixth
makes
leg.
Alan Tabern
Alan
the favourite.
Tabern.
3 legs apiece. Alan Tabern now has the throw. I was just looking back through Dan Reid's results recently, and this has happened to him recently. He took a 3-0 lead and
7th
actually
and final
lost
leg. It's Alan
the
to throw
game
first.
in the
Game
National
on.
Championships.
And as you say, we have a new favourite now, and that favourite is Alan Tabern. Didn't think we'd be saying this when Dan Reid was 3-0 up.
97.
It wasn't just the fact he was 3-0 up, he looked comfortable in that position as well.
Well, the average has dropped.
60.
At that point of 3-0 up, he was around about the 91. He is now just clinging on to an 80. Currently sat at 80.23.
140.
And that's not going to make him feel any better as Alan halves the leg.
If this leg goes Alan's way, how does
140.
what does Dan Reid have to do, and how does he respond to this setback?
Well, he's in a good position here. He's got 3 games before he has to come back and play Graham
100.
Usher. So he's got a good little break after this. But he's certainly not out of this game yet. Still finding the red.
100. Alan, you require
Gives Alan
164.
6 darts at the 164 for the match. He might only need 3. Gives
96.
himself a nice handy little 2-darter. A nice 68's a good shot. You can pick your double. You can pick your way. He'll be happy with leaving that shot on the board.
85. Alan, you require
So from
68.
3-0 down, Alan Tabern is going to get 1 dart at double 16
36. Dan, you
to
require
have completed
116.
what would have been a fantastic comeback win. Still a chance here for Dan Reid. Needed the treble for double
100.
18. Leads himself
Alan, you
from double 8
require
if he
32.
comes back.
Game
And he
shot.
won't come back.
And the
Alan
match.
Tabern takes
Alan
just
Tabern.
1 dart to wrap up the game there. A 4-3 win after being 3-0 down. Completely turned the game around, reeling off the last 4 legs, just as he did yesterday. 4 legs in a row, wrapping that up with an 84.34 average for Alan Tabern, 82.81 for Dan Reid. Just 180 in that game, going the way of Alan Tabern. 30% on the doubles was enough today to give Alan Tabern the 4-3 win over Dan Reid.
going to see Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. This is Group A and Day 2, and we've just seen the conclusion of our opening match, and it was a bizarre one, Henry.
Yeah, it was. It's one of those strange ones. At 3-1 up, you thought, damn, we was all but the winner of that one. It looked like it was game over. But Alan Tabern's got this fighting quality, use that experience, use that nous, that never give up spirit which he has. And you felt as he was chipping away at that lead and chipping away at that lead, and it got to 3-3. At that point, there was only one winner of the match.
Yeah, especially with the throw, and he almost won it in the most bizarre fashion. He wanted 70. He's gone, and Matt picked up a great point about his success rate and his strike rate on double 16. Well, you think there he would have gone 54 double 8, 18 20 double 16, but he went 10 double 5 and nearly hit the ball to win it 4-0.
It would have been a bizarre way to have ended a bizarre match, but I suppose it's almost muscle memory to a certain extent. If you just know your routes to tops better than you do 16s, or you just feel more comfortable, even the stats suggest otherwise, that's just where you go, especially in those pressure situations like that was.
Absolutely. Well, up next it is Lisa Ashton against Justin Smith. Charlie Courstefine is our referee.
Opportunity to take a look at these two players for the first time today. We've got Justin Smith here, 25-year-old from Wales. The Bearded Dragon is the nickname. Quite a funky one there. Twice a semi-finalist on the Challenge Tour and on the Development Tour. Taking on the 4-time Women's World Champion Lisa Ashton. Currently table topper of this group, taking 4 wins out of her 5 matches from yesterday. Lisa will be having the advantage of the throw in this game as well. So moving forward, we'll be looking to put more points on the board and book her place in Saturday's finals.
Game on.
1 place up for grabs in Group A, which goes to your table topper. Group B will be given to 2nd and 3rd place, with 4, 5 and 6 taking up spaces in Group C.
45.
So Lisa Ashton, the overnight
44.
leader against Justin Smith, who was probably one of the more consistent performers of yesterday.
I mean, some people might say Lisa rose to the occasion yesterday.
We're not going there, are we?
82.
And I thought I got here just in time.
99.
What's it like being the overnight leader in a group, Matt? I can imagine it's a bit like a golfer going into the next day of a tournament like the Masters, where you know you've got the overnight lead going into the clubhouse in the next morning. Does it give you that stride and that spin in your step?
98.
The danger is to become defensive. Feel you've got something to defend, feel you've got something to hold on to, feel you've got a little less work to do.
165. Justin, you require
3 trebles there, leaving herself double 5. It wasn't the intended shot, hitting the treble with the last dart there.
124.
But that was the intended
Lisa, you
shot
require
from Justin
10.
leaves top. Good leg here, both on a double after 15 darts. But Lisa with the advantage of throw means she gets first pop at it. And that's awkward. She gives the shuffle across the hockey. Oh, wowzers, what a dart. Comes right the way round, curls it in, and finds the double 5. Reminds me of a shot many years ago. The World Match Play.
Second leg, it's Justin to throw
Taylor, when he go right across the hockey and somehow found the bullseye in. It was giving me a bit of a reminiscence of that moment.
140.
Was that the Isaac Newton apple falling shot?
Oh, it's incredible, wasn't it? And when we look at Lisa's darts there, actually, and we look at the thickness of the barrel,
125.
it just shows you how good that was. I think the camera angle probably didn't do that justice to how hard that shot really was.
So as you say, the size of the barrels makes the target so much smaller, doesn't it?
you've got the risk of deflection as well.
100. $58.
Well, Lisa Ashton has got a career that many people would marvel over. Four-time BDO World Champion, three-time World Master, and the first ever
95.
female player to win a tour card outright at Q School in 2020. Played at the World Championship in the PDC 3 times as well.
60.
And don't forget, he's an absolute mile clear at the top of the women's series order of merits wins. We will see her later on this year at the World
42.
Championship again, and also at the Grand Slam.
And how much do you think this experience playing on this stage on a regular basis is actually going to
100.
help her out when she
Lisa
plays in
require
front of the biggest stage, the
139.
more like Ali Pali?
It's the level of opponent that's going to help. As I go without the 139, we'll be looking to set this up quite nice.
83.
Justin on
Justin
86 might be a
require
dart of the ball
86.
unless he can find that treble with the first dart, which he does. Leads the double 16. In 2 darts, he's had 1. He's got 1 more in hand. Hold his throw, which he
54.
will not do this time. Offering the 56
Lisa, you
for
require
Lisa.
56.
We saw that yesterday. Couple of darts straight in the other side for Justin Smith that were awkward when he was trying to go for the target second time round.
44.
Was that initial dart
Justin,
double
you
16
require
awkward and
32.
put Lisa Ashton off a little bit? And as that handed the initiative to Justin Smith, that's another awkward one. He's had to move right over. You can only see the bottom left-hand corner. He's had to move along the other side. I hope you got your Fitbit on, Justin.
No score.
I thought he was going to ask Charlie to move
Lisa,
out the
you
way then,
require
so he could come a
12.
bit further round. He had to go right the way over. Could have had a sip of his water while he was
Game
there.
shot on the second
but Lisa
leg.
can happily
Lisa
take a sip
Ashton.
of her water. First start going in the double 6. Gives her a 2-leg lead. And that is a breaker throw as well.
Third leg, it's Lisa,
Lisa
to
Ashton
throw
in full
first.
command of
Game
her
on.
second game of the day.
Looking to repeat the result of yesterday, actually. Lisa beat
60.
Justin Smith 4 legs to 2 in yesterday's encounter. Stats on the screen for you at the moment. Lisa on a 79.65.
59.
Justin 76.08 at the moment. So they are a little bit under their weekly stats so far.
82.
We do expect it to get a little bit warmer up there, but Lisa won't mind in the slightest.
85.
Absolutely not. The action hotting up. This is game 2 of 15. If you've just joined us here at the MODUS Super Series, we've seen a
59.
comeback win for Alan Tabern 4-3 against Dan Reed. Tabs was 3-0 down in that match before picking up the points.
60.
It was quite nice. I was walking past the practice room on my way over to the comms booth after speaking to Mace upstairs, and it was nice to see Alan having a couple of
55.
words of encouragement towards Dan Reed, and that's kind of the spirit of darts players, but also this tournament as a whole.
Yeah, one of the things with dart players is we've had so much time together.
140.
Travel, it's hotel, it's everything together all the time. So it is a very friendly but competitive environment at the same time.
78. Justin, you require 157.
Last start there for Lisa to give herself that outside chance on the 167.
59. Lisa, you require 167.
These 2 trebles, there's the first one. Treble 19 leaves the bullseye.
180.
Overpitch into the 1.
Justin, you
but just
require
beyond 98
98.
is not an easy shot. Going to have to go straight for this double 19. That's kicked up. He's going to have to move across, and he
60.
doesn't find the target. Gives Lisa,
You
49
require
to hold
49.
a throw and take a 3-0 lead.
This was dangerous in the last game.
17.
May not even happen
Justin,
in
you
this.
require 38.
Now, yesterday, Smith was splitting. He does so again today,
Game shot on the third leg.
and it
Justin
works out
Smith.
for the Welshman. Gets the break back. Reduces the arrears to 2-1. And Lisa Ashton has had an opportunity
Fourth
to
leg, it's
open
Justin
up
to
a
throw
3-0
first.
lead.
Game on.
And as we said yesterday, in these short course races, the game can be dictated
60.
by one moment. Is that the one in this?
See, I'm just thinking there with Justin Smith as well. He's got the nickname the Bearded Dragon. That's quite a commitment there, because now he's going to always have to have a beard.
You won't be sponsored by Gillette, put it that way.
94. $140.
Good response here from Lisa, putting her best leg in so far. 2 double treble combinations, and it's responsive.
140.
Darts is one of those things, isn't it? Very responsive. When one person starts hitting, the other tends to go. We saw that yesterday with that incredible game from James Richardson.
140.
And I think when you look at the pace of all 6 players, they complement each other so well. So if one gets away, the other one can follow in kind,
Lisa,
because there's a rhythm,
87.
isn't there?
87 for Lisa. Let's go on the bullseye route.
62.
Giving the respect there
Justin,
for Justin
require
Smith.
147.
Feeling he could be taking his 147, which he won't on this occasion, so at least comes back for 25. Take your pick. 4 different
99.
routes.
Lisa, you required 25.
988 is what she picks,
17.
but doesn't hit.
Justin, you required 48.
And so Justin Smith is back for 48. 2 at double 16. Up for double 8.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
And brings it back
Justin
to 2-2.
Smith.
Justin Smith was 2-0 down in this game. Brings us back level against Lisa Ashton. And now the Lancashire Rose has to respond
Fifth
with
leg.
the
It's
dart
Lisa to throw
in the
first.
5th.
Game on.
It's the day of comeback so far, isn't it? But those checkout stats just show you how one player could have ran away with this game,
59.
and they could be backstage now enjoying the 2 points. 2 from 12 for Lisa, 2 from 11 for Justin.
58.
23 attempts between them with just 4 hits. Shows why the averages are a little bit down at the moment. Both players just below
82.
the 80s. They go up past the 80s during the scoring phase and come back down again when we get to the back end of the leg. And we need 2 more
100.
doubles though. And they're over the line and they get the 2 points.
Be interesting to know what the disparity is between the first 9 and overall average in this game.
97.
Because as you say, the scoring phase has been okay, and we can actually, on our stats screen we've got here on the comms booth, we can see
40.
scoring-wise are okay. Granted, no maximum in this match, but a plethora of ton 40-plus throws. Ashton's got to think here.
80.
That was as bad a second dart as it could have been for her. And she needed a treble to leave a finish where she hit the single 20.
58.
She could have ran for cover to leave a biggie. Not that it'll matter with Justin Smith back on 2-4-5. Not that it'll matter after hitting 2 treble 20s with the first 2 darts.
133.
Leaves herself 50. That gives her choices, but Justin wants to give himself some choices. Needs a couple of trebles.
81.
Doesn't find it. He's on the
Lisa,
same
you
thing, slipped in the
require
1,
50.
but leaves himself an outside chance. But we learnt yesterday you
Game
don't want to
shot on
rely
the
on
5th
Lisa
leg.
Ashton missing,
Lisa
because she
Ashton.
doesn't miss those combination shots. It tends to be the 3 darts in hand, which you tend to get with a bit more of a rhythm player. Those combination shots tend to go as that one
6th
has
leg,
in
it's
2
Justin to
darts.
throw
And we
first.
said it. Tighten up those finishes and you'll get the 2 points. And she has done that straight away. Opens up a
60.
3-2 lead.
And is that because when you're going for a combination, you're in some kind of groove, some kind of rhythm, where if you've got 3 at double,
135.
you're only thinking about one thing? And I suppose it goes back to that overthinking mantra.
You sort of count them down, don't you? That's, oh, it's 1 chance. Oh, I've only got 1
140.
chance left. And it's gone. 3 darts can come and go very, very fast.
Bizarrely, can you feel more confident with just 1 dart at
135.
double on the back of a combination than you are with 3 in hand at a favoured double?
It just makes you aggressive, don't it? Makes you attack. Like Justin's attacking here.
140.
Another 140 there for Justin Smith. Bumps him up to 5 140s for the match now. 4 for Lisa Ashton. So like we say, those scoring phases are quite
100.
strong. And
Justin,
the
you
averages are coming
require
up as well. Lisa
161.
just touching up to the 86 now in this game. It is an outside shot, but it's a shot for the match. 131. She is going to need 3 perfect darts, which she will not find this time. Offering Justin Smith a chance at the 36 to level the game.
Require 36.
Take us to a tiebreak.
A 13 dart leg. Cost to double 9.
Game
He's
shot on the
split.
6th leg. Justin Smith.
He has gone to double A, and he's got there in the end. And we go all the way for the 2nd time today, the 2nd time in succession.
7th and final
we told
leg.
you
It's
at
Lisa
the
to
start of the
throw
programme that this is
Game
a
on.
tight group. It's playing up to type. Both players with 3 legs on the ball.
140.
Both players 3 from 13 on the double. So both conceivably could have got this game done a long time ago.
140.
And both players kick off 140. One more, they'll be level.
140.
Does this have to be the decider?
Yeah, let's keep them going for a bit longer. This has got warmed up now. This is cooking.
60.
And Lisa has an 80-point lead plus what's in her hand now, so she gave herself a bit of a cushion. Oh, and she is laying on that cushion. Another 140. She did this before with the throw. 3 shots with double treble combinations. Her average is up to nearly 90.
100.
Now she has really turned it up at the back
Lisa,
end
you
of this game.
require 81.
And 81 for the match.
She's found the accelerator when she's
41.
needed to, and she is going to come back for tops with 3 darts in hand. Still a 4-3
84.
victory. She was 2-0 up.
Lisa, you
Justin
require
Smith
40.
pegged it back.
Game,
But it is
shots,
Ashton that
and
gets the
match.
points
Lisa
and finishes
Ashton.
in style. The end performance of a world champion, a multiple world champion, showing those class, showing those qualities. And with an average of 88.17, she is a 4-3 victor against Justin Smith. We're going to take a short break. Upon our return, James Richardson and Graham Usher get their days underway.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series and another absolutely thrilling match going all the way with Lisa producing a 13 darter to get the job done.
the world champion style performance, wasn't it? She just found a way in that last leg, went through the gears, and yeah, that was an absolute superb last leg. 3 140s on the bag, and then just to finish off like that, true quality. And to be fair to Justin Smith, at 2-0 down, he clawed his way back into it, asked Lisa a few questions, and she just had all the answers.
I thought she was going to run away with it. We can see on screen there the averages from that match, 88.17. Well, her average for the day yesterday, you mentioned consistency. Her average for the day yesterday, 88.93, so she's pretty much playing to type and will remain tough to beat. We'll have a quick look at the table after our opening 2 matches. I think we can have a look at the table. There we go. And it is Lisa out on top. She tops the averages in terms of overall as well, and tops the table, so it's no surprise.
Indeed, and she's put herself in a really good position in terms of the group. She knew she had that 2-point lead overnight, and in such a tight group, that is a massive margin to be in front by. And so to get yourself 4 points in front after this stage, it just sends a statement out to the field, because it means that they're going to have to raise their game. They got hope that she loses. Well, if she carries on playing like that, she's not going to lose many.
No, they're playing chase me at the moment, aren't they? Fair play to Lisa, and she does the double over Justin, who is looking like he's got some more in the locker. I rate him like Dan Reed. Neither of them yet have produced the goods. Up next, it's Graham Usher against James Richardson, and this is a massive match in terms of table position.
Exactly, they're jostling for that position now to be the one in the chasing pack behind Lisa, and they want to try and establish that position and be the one that, if there's going to be a slip-up from her, they're the ones that's going to pounce. Yeah,
and we both know from yesterday, both produced the high averages, a 99.9 for Graham and that lovely 108.67 from James Richardson, where we've seen the 10 consecutive perfect darts.
Exactly, that was a superb performance, wasn't it? Well, the performance of the day yesterday. I think the one thing with the pair of them was they had that one really good performance. They would like the mean average for today to be a bit more steady than it was yesterday.
Absolutely. Well, let's throw over to that match. Charlie Corstefine is our referee.
We just saw the league table there, and I think the key stat there to look at for James Richardson is those -3 legs. He'll be looking at getting those going and getting himself up there. He certainly has the pedigree. James Richardson, 4 times played in the PDC World Championship, 7 UK Opens as well. He's won a Challenge Tour event. He's played at the Lakeside, and he's picked up a title this year, the WDF Gold event over in Denmark, which will see him return to the WDF World Championship a bit later on in this year. Graham Usher, 49-year-old from Scarborough, doesn't have a lot of things going outside
First leg,
of
it's James
the
to
Super
throw
Series,
first.
but certainly when he
Game
comes
on.
to the Super Series, he comes alive and produces his best darts here in this environment.
83.
Yes, here we see the 9-dart man from this year in Graham Usher. Played so well in that Champion of Champions special week, but he didn't get the win. That was Jim McEwen who won that against James Richardson,
40.
a man who hit 2 9-darters last year. One against his own son in a deciding leg. I wonder what sort of evening that must have
123.
been in the Richardson household.
I always say you shouldn't give them anything. You know, I beat my own son at air hockey 7-0.
100.
And I'm sure James would have been hammering that home as well.
37.
Who'd you say is favourite in this one? I feel like out of all the opening round matches, this is perhaps the toughest to call.
It's a tough one to call for sure, and I think one of the things when we talk about complementary paces, I think this could be one of those games as well, where the two really complement each other and we get a good pace of game.
Well, that first dart is usually so nice for Graham Usher when it lies just underneath the treble like that.
James
Ran for cover this time.
138.
It's a lovely lie for another one. He gets another one, double 9 for a 138 finish to kick off the day. Comes a little wide and offers the opportunity of the break of throw. That's how tight this game is. Tops for 1-0, and he takes it with the first dart. 1-0 to Graham Usher, a break of throw.
Ruthless?
Second leg, it's Graham to throw first.
I'm not doing that again. I'm not going there again. We went there yesterday with that one. I'm going to leave the ruthlessness.
100.
For the first time ever, Matthew Edgar's been less speechless.
you're taking my jokes. I've only got 2, and you've took one of them, so...
180.
That might be for the best.
That was the best there from James Richardson, hitting the first max of the day.
96.
That's one thing we get from James Richardson, a lot of 180s.
Can we get another? Can you, James? No.
97.
Asking for too much too soon, I think. But what he has done
58.
is he's wrestled the darts away from Graham Usher here in the second. Usher attained the break in the opener. Well, that might be wiped away straight away.
140.
Especially after that visit, leaving himself 84 after 9. Been an excellent leg from James
59.
Richardson.
James,
Been
you
an
require
excellent standard
84.
from both so far. He's going to get...
52.
Well, he didn't have to go for the bullseye there with Usher back on 188. So leave himself free at double 16, and it may have
James,
to
you
go.
require 32. $24.
But it doesn't.
Graham, you
And Graham
require
Usher, who's
65.
been the outsider throughout this leg, may nick it on tops.
25.
But he can't convert
James, you
either.
require 8.
And Richardson gets a second bite of the cherry on double 4.
Game shot on the second leg.
And
James
manages
Richardson.
to obtain the break. The scoring phase of that leg was superb, but when it came to the doubling, it was found wanting. 1 from 6
Third
on the
leg,
doubles
it's
for James
to throw
Richardson.
first.
Usher had his chances as well to open up a 2-0 lead.
We said about the pace of the game, and we're expecting a quick game. Actually, these two players have put in some
91.
fast games in the past. James Richardson recording a game in just 6 minutes 36 seconds against Dan Reed, who'll be playing later on
83.
this afternoon. Graham Usher, though, impressive. 5 minutes 48, 5 minutes 50, and 6 minutes 8 seconds in some of his games,
45.
wrapping them up in record time. You might call him Graham Rusher.
97.
Henry will be back with us in a moment. He's just gone out to be sick.
100. $55.
89 the average here for James Richardson. 85 for Graham Usher. Stats staying level. It's not one of those up and down sort of games. Good
95.
sort of level of consistency coming through in this one. Both looking to leave big finishers.
59.
Argument there to switch.
James, you require
You could
170.
have kept 2 darts live there on the 19s by coming down. Get the 96 to leave the 170. Just offers James 6 darts now to break the throw with the 170.
89.
And tellingly, this will be for the first hold of this match.
140. James, you require 81.
Usher, who had the opportunity to open up a 2-0 lead in the last leg, may find himself
56.
behind, but the ball goes a
Graham,
begging.
you require
And
67.
Usher returns for 67. Tops for 2-1.
27.
And Richardson
James, you
returns.
require 25. Game shot on the third leg.
Good finish there for James in 2 darts to wrap it up in 20. But it's a holder throw is the biggest factor there. 2-1 the lead for James Richardson. Looking to repeat
Fourth leg, it's
the
Graham
result
to
of
throw
yesterday
first.
after he beat Graham Usher 4 legs to 3 in game 5 of yesterday.
100.
2 out of 8 on the doubles, 1 out of 4. The pattern, though, is consistent. That is a 25% checkout rate for both players.
100.
So, if they stay the same, it's got to come down to the scoring phase.
100.
I said the scoring phase, and I just
140.
took a look at the stats there, and I looked at that 180 column. You know James Richardson likes to put numbers in that column.
140.
And when his dart sits up nice like that in the top, you just expect, don't you? It's an expectation there.
You expected one more to
100. Graham, you
hit the
require
treble after the way the
161.
first dart went in, even if it did go high. As in some ways, when it
49.
the
James,
way
you
it
require
lands in the board, when it
161.
sits in that position, it actually makes the bed a bit bigger. There was no need for group of the 161 if he got the treble first dart.
45. Graham, you require 112.
Well, this game's following a pattern potentially. The first two legs
Game shot on the
went
fourth
against the
leg.
darts.
Graham Usher.
The last two have gone with. And at the halfway stage, we can't split them two apiece. And when you look at the
leg, it's
statistics,
James to throw
both
first.
averaging 87, both similar in the scoring phase. The only difference is Usher 2 from
100.
5, Richardson 2 from 8 on the doubles, but there we go. Those are the averages on your screen now. Richardson hitting the solitary
26.
max of the match. I'm still none the wiser who comes out the victor in
60.
this one.
At the moment, that advantage of throw is looking like it's going to be pivotal at the moment.
97.
All things stay the same, but Graham Usher's just give us a little insight into what he can deliver with that last leg. And when you get a little opening
23.
like that, gives you the chance to jump in. And he is jumping in.
134.
You just knew that was going to go in there. A lovely 134. Means James needs 70 points just to draw par, so opportunity is coming here for a potential break.
60.
Big opportunity now. Even bigger. Graham is finding the turbo. He's finding his first 180 of the match, and he sets himself up on a very nice two-darter. Take your pick of your double.
100.
There is nothing James
Graham,
can
you
do but
require
hope from this
64.
point.
And in a similar vein to Lisa Ashton in the last game, he's hitting the gears at the right time.
Game
He's
shot on the
finding
fifth
the right
leg.
moments at the
Graham
right time.
Usher.
He finds himself in front. He finds a breaker throw. And now he has the honour to beat James Richardson.
Sixth leg, it's Graham to throw first. Game on.
He carved the opportunity out for himself in that last leg. And then
134.
when it arose, he took full advantage. And in this leg, kicking off 1-3-4,
60.
James Richardson is well and truly on the ropes.
100.
He's going to have to be picked up off the canvas here.
$140.
But he comes back swinging and punching with that visit.
140.
And then what happens? A haymaker blow from Usher to leave 127 after 9.
Graham's really found his stride at the back end of this game. Back-to-back
55.
15
Graham, you
dart
require
legs. And it's looking
127.
like it's going to be 15 or less this time. Just
87.
sets it up good. That's good, sensible darts there. Not chasing the ball, leaving him potentially on that 25 and splitting and chasing it around. Leaves tops. The shot that he has been favouriting the whole game through. Gives himself 3 darts now at his favourite double.
100. Graham, you
Potentially
require
6.
40. Game
Only
shots
needs the
and the
3.
match.
Graham Usher takes it.
Graham
15
Usher.
darts again. 4-2 the victory there for Graham Usher. 3 15 dart legs in a row at the end of the game. He certainly picked it up at the back end there. Graham Usher, 91.44 the average, taking a 4-2 win over James Richardson with an 84.66. The checkout certainly rose to the back end of that game. 44% for Graham Usher with a nice 112 to finish. 4-2 Graham Usher.
Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Another thrilling game as, well, Richardson takes another defeat and they trade places in the table.
Exactly. We said that was a big battle in terms of jostling for position in the league table. We can see the statistics there. And to be honest, it was Graham Usher who just got that kick, didn't he, at 2-2.
Yeah, back-to-back 15 darters.
Exactly. And we were saying just before coming on, that final leg, he knew he had the darts. When you leave tops after 12, you make your opponent have to do something special to go and take it out and then to take it to a last leg. And credit to Graham Usher, that was a good performance. I'll make him feel better about his start to the day as well.
Yeah, he looked a little bit gloomy yesterday.
Yeah.
He obviously wasn't happy, and rightly so, because we've seen so often here at the MODUS Super Series what he's capable of doing, including a 9-darter the last time he had a campaign. I think it was around week 5.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at the table and see what that's done to the table. And as mentioned, he has traded places with James Richardson. He moves on to 6 points. Well, there's still a few points behind Lisa, aren't they?
Exactly, she's the one they've all got to chase.
For Lisa,
exactly, yeah, exactly. She wants everyone to take each other out and to make life as difficult for each other as possible. And the more they do that, the better chance she's got of going on and winning the group.
Well, Alan Tabern against Justin Smith up next. Alan Tabern got the win. He squeaked it 4-3 yesterday. I like the look of Alan Tabern today.
Yeah, we said earlier, you know, getting those victories late on, it gives you a bit of confidence going in overnight. And
he's now won 3 on the spin,
exactly,
hasn't he?
and because of that, he's the confidence player in this group. And, you know, momentum's massive when you're playing lots of games back-to-back. And the more wins you get consecutively, knowing that other players around you're going to win some and lose some, that confidence boost mentally is huge.
Certainly is. Well, let's find out what's going to happen with our referee, Charlie Colstefine.
Big game here in terms of points and in terms of the table. As we've just discussed there, Alan Tabern winning his last 3 matches in a row, putting himself into 3rd position and chasing down those top spots, which after a couple of games into this, you would not have been going that way. Justin Smith done the opposite way round, has lost his last 3 games, including a 4-3 defeat yesterday to Alan Tabern. He will have the advantage of throw today, but we're starting to get to that phase where you need to be putting points on the board if you want to be chasing down Lisa Ashton. Lisa Ashton will no doubt be wanting Justin Smith to win this one. If Justin Smith does take this win,
Justin to throw
it will
first.
mean 4 players will be tied on 6 points, giving Lisa Ashton that 4-point buffer at the top of the table.
140.
Well, I was mentioning upstairs with Chris
140.
that Alan perhaps is now the most confident player in the group. He's won his last 3 on the spin, and because of that,
100.
it makes him a dangerous and live contender for the group. And as Mace mentioned upstairs, that last game, Lisa Ashton would have been the happiest person in this whole complex.
82.
It's a leg difference as well that is really favouring Lisa Ashton at the moment. +9 on the legs. The only other player with a plus leg
105
advantage is actually Justin Smith, who is currently sat in 5th place on 4 points. I think Lisa Ashton will be becoming a Justin Smith fan during this
59.
match.
Alan, you require 160.
Which will give us the group we expected. Everyone beating each other.
That's what we want to see.
42. Justin,
We
you
want to see
require
competitive action. We want to see a
120.
group that goes down to the wire. Well, I wonder whether that's actually an awkward dart for Justin. It is, because he's having to move all the way along the hockey.
85.
And
Alan,
because of it, he's drifted the other
74.
side into the single 5. Double 10 for an opening leg break.
64. Justin, you require
That was
35.
another blocker.
Game
Double
shot on the first
16. He's
leg.
had a
Justin Smith.
love-hate relationship with that double over the last couple of days. He's found favour with it this time round. He leads Alan Tabern by a leg to 0. Holds the throw when it was in
Second
some
leg, it's Alan
grave
to throw
danger
first.
a visit ago. Tabern will feel
60.
maybe opportunity missed there with those 2 missed darts at double 10.
81. 58.
Opportunity could be presenting itself for an early breaker throw in this one. Alan not finding a treble with those first 6 darts.
100.
And when you're not finding a treble with 6, those tons, those 80 shots, they become enough to give you that buffer, which you can see there already, 60 points. And now it's presented itself at a level game, which essentially means from 320 down, Justin Smith is throwing first.
100. $57.
And again, you look at this game, this is probably one that Lisa Ashton would like Justin Smith to win, because it just keeps the entirety of that chasing pack locked on 6 points.
122. Justin, you require 80.
With a plus leg advantage. It just shows the results have been very mixed.
Game shot on the second
straight
leg.
in the double 10 off the
Justin
dart.
Smith.
Nice use of the marker there for Justin Smith. Takes out the 80 in 3 darts. His best checkout of the day so far. But the most important thing is that is a
Third
breaker
leg, it's Justin to throw
and he will
first.
now throw first for a 3-0 lead.
Playing very well as well, averaging 93.94.
100.
I think a lot of people are quietly looking at Justin Smith today and thought, if someone's going to make some moves in this group,
60.
he could be the one.
Certainly with stats like that, it suggests he is going in that direction.
60.
No, it's able to tie the group all on 6 points. Bar Dan Reed on the 4 and Lisa Ashton on top with 10.
60.
Amazing to think that she was the outsider with the bookies before play began.
100.
She definitely isn't now. And if the results continue this way, she'll be firm favourite.
125.
I'm enjoying this from Justin Smith. The
100.
trebleless visits are virtually non-existent. We are getting a treble with every throw, which is pulling him down to around about that 15 dart mark.
60.
Well,
Justin, you require
we're 3 legs in and he's had
141.
8 visits of ton plus, 8 visits of a treble plus. That makes you very hard to beat.
130.
And you know what? He's just too good. When he wanted the 25, he got the ball.
60. Justin, you require 11.
3 for double 4 will be his MO.
Game shot on the third leg.
And that's what he gets.
Justin
And he's 3-0 up on Alan Tabern. He's 1 away from the win, but he's 3-0 up as well. And when the group is as congested as it is, leg difference could play a huge
Fourth leg, it's
part
Alan
in
to
it
throw
all.
first. Game on.
Looking at avenging that defeat yesterday. Alan Tabern, a 4-3 winner over Justin Smith yesterday. Justin looking to get that
44.
points back on the board, but also add some legs to this. Alan, not much resistance here at the moment. His stats are going down where Justin Smith's are only going up, giving us at the moment the performance of
100.
the day, currently running at 92.5.
And you look at
43.
Justin at the back of the stage, he's got that look where he feels like there's more in the tank. And that's worrying for the rest of the field.
I always feel that watching Justin. You always feel there's
100.
more to come. Whether he's playing well or he's not playing, you always think he's got more in the locker. But a lot of that's going to come down to that nice, silky throw.
100.
Nice action that he's got.
There you see that
57.
double stats, 3 from 5 for Justin Smith, 60%. And when you add the scoring power, 11
60.
visits with a treble plus, going to make it very hard to beat. As Alan Tabern is
100.
only knowing too well now. That's unlucky.
65.
In just 3.5 legs, we have got 10
Justin, you
shots of a
require
ton.
144.
Two of 140 plus. It could be 3 if he takes the 144. Which he won't do this time. It just shows the scoring phase. And a bounce out there, 1 apiece.
40.
On the deflections. But there's nothing Alan can do here other than leave himself handy and then cross his fingers, cross his toes, and hope that Justin Smith does not take the 104
Justin, you require 104.
for the 4-0 victory.
$72. Alan, you require
These are
90.
self-double 16s that Alan Tabern has to take the 90 out. Single or treble, oh no. He's missed the big number. He's gone for the treble.
27. Justin,
and he's missed the single altogether. And to complete a 4-0 win with a minimum of fuss, that was a really good performance from Justin Smith. An 88 average, 12 visits of a ton plus, 4 out of 6 on the doubles. There was not much not to like there from Justin Smith, and he makes this group even more congested. He's now on to 6 points. It's a great result for Lisa Ashton as well as Justin Smith. It's not for Alan Tabern. He loses 4-0. We're going to take a short break, and when we return, we're going to see Dan Reed and Graham Usher on the hockey.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. This is Group A and Day 2. Just seen a great performance there from Justin Smith.
I think if you can describe it in one word, I'd say the word would be clinical. It was absolutely brilliant from Justin Smith. 88 average, 4 out of 6 on the doubles. The scoring phase was really good as well. And that's a performance. If you put them in consistently, you're going to be really, really tough to beat. And they're jostling for positions now. And Justin Smith put himself in a great one because of the manner of the victory, not just the 2 points.
Yeah, exactly. +4 on the leg difference. As you can see, 88.41. Didn't hit 180, but twice as many scorers of between a ton and 140. He scored 12 to Alan Tabern 6, and Tavern was reduced to just 2 darts at a double in the whole match.
And both at the same time as well. And me and Matt said yesterday, it's like the old Vince Lombardi mantra of, you know, offense wins your games, but defense wins your championships. And that's exactly what it was like for Justin Smith there. That's what got him over the line. You don't always need the flashy maxes, as great as it is for us to watch. Sometimes, you know, that consistency with 140s, 137s, 134s, that's what's ultimately going to get you over the line.
Yeah, he just kept him under it. Well, let's have a look what it does to the table. because there is a big jump in the table standings for Justin Smith. He now moves from 5th to 2nd by virtue of that scoreline, +4 leg difference. So he's moved on to 6 points. They're all still chasing, and again, perfect result for Lisa Ashton, because she's pulled 4 clear than the field. Up next, it will be Graham Usher back in action, and against Dan Reed. And will we have a similar type performance that we have from Justin Smith from Dan Reed, because he's due one and he desperately needs one?
Exactly. This is a big, big game for him. I mean, these next round of fixtures are going to be so crucial. We're going to see who the runners and riders are probably by the end of round 8 of this group.
And Dan Reed did get a win over Graham Usher in this tie coming up next. He won yesterday 4 legs to 2, averaged 89.76, and I think he's going to need something similar, because Graham Usher's been looking good.
He has, and to be honest, that's been the standard kind of throughout all the players today. I think you're going to have to average mid to late 80s to be competitive, to get yourself the victories in this. Really, really good standard there. I've really enjoyed watching it.
Absolutely. Well, I'm looking forward to this one. Charlie Coulsdorfine is going to take you through all the action.
If you could pick a game to watch based on that table, this would be the game you'd want to see. Dan Reed currently at the bottom of the table, but a victory here will tie everybody up on those 6 points. Graham Usher will be looking for the victory to try and chase down Lisa Ashton. Put him on to 8 points if he can take this victory. So this is going to be a really key game into seeing how Group A is going to develop and go through. Lisa Ashton will be up next against James Richardson, so we could see quite a lot of change over the next couple of games.
First leg, it's Dan to throw first. Game on.
But Dan, looking for the points, looking to make this 6 points for everybody. Looking for that performance.
58.
We haven't quite seen the best of Dan Reed yet, have we?
No, we haven't, and you just sense that this is a huge game for him.
123.
You sense it's almost in must-win territory, even at this stage of the group. It'd be a 4-point buffer
43.
behind both Usher and... 4-point gap behind Usher should he lose this one, and
41.
then 6 to Ashton. That's a lot of ground to make up, and time is running out for the players. I think we all know exactly what result Lisa Ashton would like from this
22.
game.
Oh, this is must-win territory now for Dan. If Dan wants to be winning Group A, this is must-win territory now for Dan. If not, he'll then change his goals, and he'll be looking at 2nd and 3rd place so that he can go through to the Thursday and Friday evenings. We're playing a group of 5 players in Group B.
140.
4th, 5th and 6th will take up places on Thursday and Friday mornings.
81.
Group C.
3 from 5 go through Group B, 2 from 6 in Group C. So there's a huge advantage by finishing 2nd and 3rd. So if you cannot win the group, you want to try and get yourself as high up
Graham, you require
those league
160.
standings as possible.
$92.
Graham ended the last game with a flurry of 15 dart legs. Took 15 darts here and left himself 24 for the breaker throw. We'll come back for the 24 as well with Dan
Graham,
back
you
on
require
180.
24.
Level 12. It's to the 6. It's a nice lie.
Game shot the
Uses
first
it
leg.
perfectly
Graham Usher.
to go out in 18 darts. Big telling factor there, the breaker throw. That is not going to sit well with Dan Reed, who needs the points before.
Second leg, it's Graham to throw first. Game on.
Just having a look at Dan Reed's body language there, and if you're Graham, I'm sure that's something you're going to pick up on, aren't you?
Definitely. You do have a look, and you're trying to see what they're feeling. And Dan's been quite vocal
45.
before on social media and places that he doesn't feel his doubles are up to par, and they sort of let him down a little bit. And the way he's scoring here at the moment, he's not going to get to that phase. So if he feels his weakness is the back end of the game and his strength's the front part, when it's not going for you, you've got nothing really to pick on to feel
99.
Bit like a golfer, if you know your putting's not your best part of the game, where if your tee shot goes awry, then you know you're in all heaps of trouble.
83.
And that's what it looks like. He's looking around, he's Not in a good place at the moment, but it only takes one shot and it soon refocuses everything back in. A nice 140 or a 180.
100.
And everything feels rosy and positive all over again.
It won't feel like that now for Dan Reid. That's excellent for Graham Usher. He's 38 after 12. He's going through the gears.
100.
He started this game
38.
In the same vein. He finished the last, and now he's 2-0 up in next to no time at all. A 13-dart leg straight for the double 19 and straight in. An average just below 97 for the gambler.
It's Dan to throw first.
And a sign of feeling good when you just go straight for the double. He could have split, he could have chose, but no, straight in on that double. And the averages are showing what the scoreline's showing us at the moment. It is a bit of a mismatch at the moment. Graham Usher nearly on that 97.
123.
78 at the moment. But Graham Usher only rising, only going the right way. If he could have took that double in the opening leg,
140.
with one of the earlier darts, that would be well over the 100 by now.
But does that go back again to the mental side of the game? He's gone straight for the double 19. He's got it with the first start. And if you're opponent, then again, that's another reason to feel bogged down.
Dan Reid's responding here, though. You see his average climbing, you see it rising, he's starting to get those trebles. This is a good leg of darts, a good responsive leg. 100, 140, 140 for Dan Reid.
60. Dan, you
Good
require
fighting qualities,
121.
and he's going to have time at this 1-2-1. So he can just set this up, won't need to go the ball if he gets the treble.
81.
And sets it up wisely there. Looking at a 13-darter of his own, leaving himself tops after just 12.
91. Dan,
He'd love
you
to get
require
this
40.
first start just to give him that confidence, that bit of a boost. Double 5.
35.
Well, this would be
Graham, you require
an absolute
170.
sickener for Dan Reid if the big fish goes. It won't, so he will return, but
40.
that 5 combination is
Dan,
as
you
pesky
require
as it
5.
gets. Double 2. That might be awkward.
1.
It was awkward.
Graham, you
It's
require
clattered off the barrel
130.
and deflected the other side.
65. Dan, you require
Dan Reid to
4.
finally get over the line in this leg. He was on a double after 12. He is still throwing now after 18 darts. Needs double 2 to get it
Game
over,
shot
and
on
then
the
finally
third
gets
leg.
over the line
Dan
in
Reid.
19 darts. That shouldn't really matter. The big point here, though, is the leg on the board, and he is back in the game. Could not afford to lose that one.
Fourth leg, it's Graham to
That
throw
would have been a
first.
breaker throw.
You sense he'll feel relieved more than anything else.
41.
That was getting hairy and scary for a second. But it was only a hold. He has to break here.
55.
Usher's already obtained the breaker throw he needed in this match.
You just sense we're hitting that sticky moment of a game.
85.
You know, when we get an important match, there's always a moment where the standard just dips a little bit, and it's who comes out of that first.
60.
And that's 3 visits without a treble for Graham Usher. With the throw here, that presents a massive opportunity for Dan Reid if he can get that scoring power going like he did in the last game.
137.
And like he has with those 3 darts. 2 trebles gives him a 120-point cushion. And that
55.
is broker throw in the scoring phase. 70 plus these.
But importantly, Graham Usher's gone off the boil the last couple of legs, and Dan Reid is just beginning to find something.
100. 100. Dan, you require
First
124.
treble 20 there for Graham. First big treble. It took him 15 darts to get a treble in that, and you're not going to be holding your throw at the Super Series
88.
with 1 treble in 15. Dan Reid leaves himself 36 after 15, which is a tidy leg.
140.
up.
Dan, you require 36.
It's Double 18.
Game
And
shot on
credit
the
where
fourth
credit's due
leg.
here
Dan
to
Reed.
Dan Reed. He was 2-0 down. He's fought his way back in the match. He's shown some real character to do so, and now level at 2 apiece. He's the player on the incline as Usher's just declining a little bit. He came out the tracks firing, did the gambler, but Dan Reed is finding his groove.
140.
I touched on the fact that it doesn't take much to change how you perceive things. And
140.
you've got a bit of luck there with Graham coming and missing those shots, and he started to hit some, and it's just a completely different game all of a sudden. Different vibes.
135.
Different match. And dare we say Lisa Ashton might be clapping her hands at
45.
Dan Reed at the moment, because she could be extending her lead. She's up next against James Richardson. If Dan Reed can turn this around and she beats James Richardson,
140.
we have a very strong leader.
She might have to buy some extra Christmas cards this
45.
Christmas
Dan, you require 86.
to turn this on its head. Didn't have to go 18 for the ball
46.
there. Squares up, leaves tops after 12 with the throw. Means your opponent's going to have to do something very special to break.
$91. Dan, you require 40.
And he's going to get the luxury of time.
Game shot on
Doesn't
the
need
fifth
the
leg.
luxury of time. That's a
Dan
13
Reed.
darter from Dan Reed. His average is now 87.23, and he's now a leg away from victory against Graham Usher
Sixth leg, it's Graham to throw
And that
first.
would put him
Game on.
in the 6-point party.
They just love darts. Like 3 legs ago, we had these stats on the screen and we're saying how it
66.
appeared to be a mismatch. Graham Usher pushing the ton, Dan Reed down at the 75, and now look at those. A complete flip around in the stats. Dan Reed up in his average to the
60.
87 mark, where Graham Usher losing 16 points on his stats. And that is why that legs column has flipped.
180.
But it might flip on its head again. This live league format is so enthralling because it's such a short race. The narrative can change oh so
121.
quickly and oh so many times.
64.
Should I say Super Series format? Still adjusting, still adjusting.
95. $43.
Opportunity there with the 43. If Dan can find one of these double trebles, he's hit 5 140s in this game. Not going to do it this
40.
time. Oh, and that
Graham,
is
you
a
require
bad slip from Dan
148.
Reed. Gives Graham 6 darts at the 148. He's going to need them.
60.
And may have given Graham Usher the initiative in this game again. Because Dan Reed was well on top
48. Graham, you require
a couple
88.
of moments ago. Usher's going to be a very interested party. If this
Game
bullseye
shot on the sixth
goes,
leg.
it does go,
Graham Usher.
and we go all the way to a deciding leg once again.
We touched on this yesterday. Dan Reed and Graham Usher have this
7th and
weird
final leg. It's
relationship
Dan to throw
when they play each
first.
other.
Game on.
In the fact that they take it in turns in victories. I'll have one, you have one, I'll have one, you have one. If that pattern continues, Graham Usher is going to win this last leg.
140.
Well, he's going to have to get a big score here. Really good start from Dan Reed.
85.
I'm not trying to oversell it, but this could be a leg that could change the whole dynamic of the group.
60.
Usher can get himself onto 8 points.
100.
2 behind Ashton. If Reed wins this, the Lancashire Rose has a 4-point buffer at the top of the group.
140.
And he leaves the finish after 9 with the throw.
96. Dan, you require 161.
He is going to get 6 at it as well.
50.
It hasn't quite cleaned it up in the way that he would have liked. It just opens the door a little here for Graham Usher.
140. Dan, you require
Burst through
111.
that door with a 140. Massive shot there. 111 for Dan Reid. Cannot go now with that treble one. So Graham Usher will have a shot at the 80 to wrap this up in 14 or 15 darts.
41.
Most importantly,
Graham, you require
2
80.
points on the line.
He should get a match dart. Tops.
60. Dan, you require 70.
So Dan Reid will get his chance to seal a vital victory.
50.
But both players have
require
mismatched
20.
darts. Usher returns to double
8
10
shots
and gets
and the
double
match.
10
Graham
and
Usher.
gets himself onto 8 points. Dan Reid had an opportunity to really put the cat amongst the pigeons in this group. Let's have a look at the stats then. 85.27 average for Graham Usher. 2 maximums, 5 140 pluses, 4 out of 7 on the checkouts. That's what's ultimately won him the game. 57.14% and a high checkout of 88. We're going to take a short break. When we return, it's Lisa Ashton up against James Richardson.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Yet another game going down to the wire, and it was Graham Usher who just about found a way to win.
Yeah, he just ground it out again, right at the very death, did Graham Usher. And Dan Reid, he'll feel sick after that game. He had it in the palm of his hands. He had a really good spell during the middle of the match, just as Graham Usher was tailing off a little bit, had the opportunity to get over the line, and he knew how big a result that was in the context of the group as well. He would have put everyone on 6 other than Lisa on 10, and now it's just given Graham that little bit of a buffer, and you know, that chasing pack starting to dwindle behind Lisa.
Yeah, and obviously if you don't win this group, the winner of the group goes straight through to Saturday's final. Second and third go into the Group B, which is a 5-player field with 3 progressing, which is key. If you don't win it, you want to finish in the second and third
Well, it's
spot.
all about percentage, isn't it? You've got a 60% chance of getting out of Group B, whereas Group C, you've got 2 from 6, and your chances to get through from there are much smaller. So, you know, you want to make sure you finish second and third if you don't get through the group.
Big game coming up next. James Richardson against Lisa Ashton. Lisa obviously won that tie yesterday, 4-1. comprehensively. Wasn't her best performance, ironically. It was actually her worst performance, but her most dominant win.
I think that was typical of Lisa yesterday, though. She just found a way to get results, and she's doing it again here today, and she gets on to 12 points. I think that's a big marker at this stage in the group.
Yeah.
She'll have that 4-point buffer on Usher, and then that 6-point buffer on the rest. So this could be a huge, huge gain for not just Lisa, but the entirety of this group.
Yeah, the pressure is on James in this one, not Lisa. She's, you know, she'll feel very comfortable in that position she's in right now. Well, without further ado, let's get on with the action. Charlie Corstevine is our referee.
Yeah, you can't help but look at that league table as you come into this one and feel that James Richardson is going to need to get the victory here. He is in need of points, especially when you're playing top of the table here in Lisa Ashton. Lisa Ashton currently got that 4-point buffer, but a win here will detach James 6 points away from the top of the table.
First leg, it's Lisa to throw first. Game on.
I think one thing we can expect in this game is a couple of 180s. James Richardson, when he gets that first dart in the top of the bed, likes to
100.
come underneath the dart. It's a lot of 180s, 140s when that sits right for him, just like that.
100. 85.
A victory here, Lisa Ashton could put herself onto 12 points, and that could be oh so huge in the complexion of things. For James Richardson, you sense this is a must-win game for him. We're getting towards that territory now.
60.
He'd go on to 8 as well, alongside Usher. Sorry, Matt.
Mystic Edgar there. I said, just as you was coming in, I said, one thing we can expect is some 180s, especially with James Richardson. And it's took just 6 darts for the
64.
first 180 of the game. Ultimately against the throw as well. Is
100. James, you require 157.
What's your favourite to get the break? Especially from this point. It's a game of 150 with James throwing first.
57.
Would have liked to treble there,
Lisa,
though.
you require 156.
Squares it off for a ton. Ashton on 156.
100.
Gets a treble
James,
in the end. You thought the way that
100.
first start lied. She was going to get at least one. Well, tops for Richardson. Just underneath. And so Ashton,
60.
with a
Lisa, you
hole that will feel
require
like a break the way the
56.
first leg has gone. Double top.
Game shot on the first
Clinical.
leg.
Clinical from Lisa Ashton. Just like yesterday, when she gets the opportunity on the double, she takes them and opens up a 1-0 lead here against
Second
James
leg, it's James to
Richardson,
throw
who
first.
had control
Game
of the
on.
leg, but ultimately didn't get a double to win it.
I think the story is very simple, isn't it? Just don't give Lisa Ashton a chance.
38.
That's all you got to do. Just don't give her a chance. Nice and simple.
If you don't give her a double, she can't win the game.
135.
Seems to be what she's doing at the moment, isn't it? Just strolling along, taking the chances, and
100.
cantering along. She's not hitting that big turbo. She's had moments. She had good timing, but it's consistency that's winning the game here
96.
for Lisa.
We spoke yesterday about mean averages. Every player will have one really good performance. One player will have a poor performance in a day. There's 5 matches. That's
140.
usually the way it's going to go. But those middle 3 matches are the ones that matter more than those 2. If you're consistent enough in those 3
60.
games and play well enough with that mean game, that B game, that's what's going to win you the group more than the rip-roaring 100-plus averages.
We saw that exactly with James Richardson yesterday, didn't we? He put one of nearly a Super Series
150.
best average on the table, and then went and lost his next couple of matches.
140. James, you require 108.
And Richardson, you feel, has to take this 108 out. He may do. Double top.
68.
And Ashton will
Lisa, you
return
require
for
70.
70 for a break of throw and a 2-0 lead.
Game shot
One
on the
dart at
second
top
leg.
is all she
Lisa
needs.
Ashton.
That is 2 out of 2 on the doubles, 2 out of 2 on tops. And Lisa Ashton opens up a 2-0 lead, averaging a shade under 94.
Third leg, it's Lisa to throw first. Game on.
Just confirming what we said this morning about those combination shots as well. It's really good at those
55.
combo shots where it's something to the double. And the averages suggesting exactly what we're doing here. We're enjoying a good game of darts. Both players over the 90 mark. Good
91.
pace to this game. Really enjoying this one.
Proper darts.
40.
And of course, if you're enjoying the coverage here at the Super Series, you can get in contact with us via social media. We are available on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. As Richardson piles in his
180.
second maximum of the match. It is at MSS Darts. You can see it on the bottom of your
45.
screen now. All the latest results, info and ticketing information as well here for the Super Series. You can come and join us on
140.
Saturday nights in the audience, in the crowd, to see the 6 best players from each week in action to pick up the £5,000 top prize.
James require 90.
Head over to dartshop.tv for more information on that.
This is a response from James Richardson.
50.
Gone 2-0 down. He had his throw broken and then he leaves a double after 12. Pushing his average up to the 100 mark. Give or take a few pence.
21. James require
And he's got
40.
plenty of time to wrap this leg up.
Game shot
But he
on the
doesn't
third
want
leg.
time.
James
He wants to get on with the
Richardson.
next leg. Wraps it up in one. A 13 dart leg there for James Richardson. Great response to losing his throw. Gets his throw back, but he's going to need to do
Fourth
that
leg,
again
it's James to throw
if
first.
he is going
Game
to
on.
take the points in this one.
Easier
100.
said than done with those double statistics from Ashton. We saw it in the first leg. Richardson had the better of the scoring phase, but he
100.
couldn't get himself down to a double, which meant that Ashton, when she got the opportunity, took it with both hands.
60.
This game could easily be 2-1 the other way.
It's like James took our advice there. We said, just don't give Lisa a shot at a double.
100.
And he went and won the leg. Easy, isn't it? Just don't let her have a go.
This punchy lark is easy when you boil it down.
57.
We're starting to see a gap appear in the averages as well since the last time we saw them on screen.
140.
That's going to help a little bit. Lisa was just clinging onto the 80 there. That 140's put her back up to the 83, but James broke that 93 barrier, gone into the 94s, which means
100. Lisa,
on
you
current
require
stats, he's needing 3 darts
161.
less. If this continues, expect the scoreline to change.
97.
However, Ashton's going to return for 64 for a 3-1 lead. The break of throw and the opportunity to have the dart to win it. It put her on to 12 points. It'll be a huge psychological blow for the rest of the group.
58. Lisa, you require 64.
Another for the double.
32.
I
James,
was
you
wondering whether
require
actually that second dart would have been a
126.
nice lie. Another. Leads
James
one at
shot on the
double
fourth
6,
leg.
and that is
James
huge from James
Richardson.
Richardson. Lisa Ashton had darts to have a 3-1 lead. She didn't take them, and James Richardson
Fifth leg,
mops
it's
up
Lisa to throw
the
first. Game on.
1-2-6 to level us up at 2 apiece. Games can hinge on one moment.
140.
Is that the one in this one?
Still needs to find another breaker throw, though, after having his throw broken himself
55.
earlier on in the game. Lisa kicking off with a 140 is not an inviting moment. There's
100.
no invitation with a 140 ton to say, come break my throw.
$57.
Well, Lisa Ashton's been sending out declarations of intent throughout this group.
135.
Good last dart from Lisa. Leaves herself on 126 after 9 with the throw. Richardson way back.
60. Lisa, you require
Could return the favour
126.
here, or she might just look to set it up. Or she might do it a completely different way. 66, you've got choices. The ball, the treble 10, treble 15 is not one of those choices.
110.
Leaves herself on double 8 after 12 darts. James Richardson, a long way back. Almost a spectator to this moment now.
41.
Not much you can
Lisa,
do
you
from there.
require
Lisa
60.
Ashton's in Portsmouth. James Richardson's in Southampton at the minute.
Game shot on the fifth
And Lisa
leg.
Ashton now is
Lisa
one leg
Ashton.
away from putting herself on 12 points and putting herself in an authoritative position inside this first group of the week, Group
Sixth
A.
leg, it's James to throw first.
One thing we've seen from James so far is reactions.
100.
Reactions to the situation. That pedigree he's got. Ex-tour card holder. Multiple times,
100.
4 times at the World Championship. That's not an event you just stumble in. That is beating the best players in the world week in, week out.
180.
And there is his third 180 of this match so far. So at the very start, I fancied some 180s in this game from James Richardson. And there is 3
60.
on the board already. 5 legs into this match.
$48.
Tried to leave himself on the 170 there by the looks of it.
I'm intrigued because even with a
58.
1080, Ashton would have been left on 161.
It's a sign that he feels like the winner.
99.
He's feeling the vibes. Leg very carbon copying the last one, really. One player scoring well, the other one quite far back.
85.
He's got 6
James
starts
requires
minimum
74.
at this 74 to level the game. 20 for tops. That's a little bit awkward. You have to come right.
34.
That's far too right. Playing loopy.
$100. James, you require 40.
To send us all the way once again. Double 10. That dragged low.
35.
That dragged
Lisa,
very
you
low.
require 98.
And now Ashton will be presented with an opportunity to win the match. Treble 18.
40. James, you require
58 should
5.
she return, but to take us all the way. Double 2.
Game shot on the sixth leg.
And we will go
James
to
Richardson.
a decider where Lisa Ashton has the darts. It's a massive leg in the complexion of this group. Lisa Ashton can put herself on 12 points, put
Seventh
herself
final
well
leg.
clear
It's
of all
Lisa throw
opponents
first.
behind
Game
her.
on.
Richardson gets it. He's also on to 8 points. And him and Graham Usher
43.
will both only be 2 points behind the Lancashire Rose. And suddenly we would have a race on our hands to see who's going to top Group A come the end
100.
of play tomorrow.
We've told you all along this is a tight group. The table is telling you this is a tight group. And the scoreboard is telling you this is a tight group as well.
140.
That's the 5th game already today that has gone all the way to a deciding leg.
$60.
An untimely moment to go trebleless there from James Richardson. And Lisa Ashton
100.
trying to take full advantage. Remember, she had the darts at the start of this 7th and deciding leg.
86.
Full advantage to the 4-time world champion.
140.
Definitely now.
We said he's going to hit 180s.
140.
That would have been the perfect
Lisa,
time
you
to have got a
require
180.
78.
Still leaves himself only a 1 treble combo. if Lisa doesn't take this. One dart for the match
58.
comes low. James Richardson,
James require
115
115.
for the match himself. Needs one treble. He's decided to play on the ball.
61.
Risky strategy going for the
Lisa
smallest
required
target on the
20.
board. 2 10s for
Game,
Lisa.
shots,
Oh,
and
it
the
takes
match.
one dart.
Lisa
Ashton
Ashton
takes the victory, 4 legs to 3, and extends her position at the top of the group. Moves to 12 points, which is a magnificent position to be in at this phase of the event. An 84.78 average there for Lisa Ashton. 50% on her finishes, which has sort of been her standard recently. Taking out those combination shots, a high checkout there of 70, resisting the 1-2-6 and the fight back from James Richardson. Lisa Ashton extends her lead to 12 points.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and that match completed the second cycle of matches for all of the players. So 2 down, they all have 3 to play, and it's Lisa Ashton who continues to pull clear on top.
That was a huge last leg, wasn't it? I think come tomorrow afternoon, we might look upon that last leg as the one that may have decided the group in her favour. James Richardson wins that. That's 2 players back within 4 points of her. That means any slip-up could be costly, and now she's got that buffer again on most of that chasing pack. She's in a really good position.
Yeah, she finished with an average of 84.78. James Richardson slightly higher, 85.69. The 180 column, all in favour of Richardson, but 5 140s to 3 for James Richardson, and 12 scores of between a ton and 139 to just 8 from Richardson. So they both had off legs and they both had on legs. But what the fascinating stat is Lisa's not lost since the opening match of the session yesterday morning. She won 4 back-to-back yesterday, and she's won 2 back-to-back today.
And in fairness, in that game, she lost to an inspired Graham Usher as well.
Yeah.
So, you know, they've had to play well to beat her when she's been beaten.
Absolutely. Someone has had to pull at all the stops to get the better of her. Up next, it's going to be Graham Usher, and he's up against Justin Smith. And Justin Smith has got to find some wins from somewhere. He's going to find himself back Thursday and Friday mornings, Group C.
Indeed, and it's not as if he's played badly either. He's played really well, but the results just haven't quite gone his way over the last couple of days. This is an even matchup. I wouldn't want to be placing money on this. I'd leave the money in the pocket for this one.
Yeah, so it's pretty much a coin flip for me, this one. I can't pick a winner. I can make a case for both because we both know that they have got a high level in the locker. It's whether they can pull it out in this one.
Exactly, and I think it's going to be those small
Gun to
moments.
the head, where'd you go?
Oh.
Boom, you're dead, mate. Give them a chance and they don't take it. Right, let's get on with that match, and Charlie Colstefine is our referee.
Match number 7 here at the MODUS Super Series today. We've just heard about the table and what this means for both players. Graham Usher coming into this game on a 100% win rate today. Picked up victories earlier on this afternoon against James Richardson and then followed that against Dan Reed. Both of those 4-3, so he's not gaining too much on the legs column. The legs column somewhere Justin Smith gained some momentum, shall we say, in that last game. A 4-0 victory over Alan Tabern last time put him into that +5 legs. So if he can start getting some points on the board, the legs are in the advantage for Justin Smith at the moment. But it's Graham Usher with the darts in this one, looking to avenge yesterday's match,
62,
where he didn't even take a single leg, going down 4-0 to Justin Smith.
Well, I said upstairs just
60.
a second or two ago, Justin Smith's played well and consistently over the past couple of days, but perhaps hasn't quite got the results.
180.
Graham Usher starts there as he means to go on.
97.
Again, we're going back into must-win territory, I feel, here for Graham Usher. You want to keep that 2-point buffer on Lisa for as long as you possibly can, because then it means should Ashton lose, you're in a position to pounce.
140.
Well, we'll also look at that very last game for Graham and Lisa. Match 14, Graham Usher versus Lisa Ashton. Graham Usher will also have the advantage of the throw. So if he can stay within touching distance going into that last game at the end of the day could
140.
Really
Graham, you require 61.
And psychologically could change everything overnight. Double 18 for Graham Usher for the opening leg inside 14 darts. A really, really good start from the pair. Graham Usher, 1 from 1 on the doubles. A superb combination on the 61.
Second leg, it's Justin.
Gambler played his cards right there.
And needed to when we look at Justin Smith, sat on a 2-dart combination of his own there. The advantage of throw was the telling factor, but the pace of this game is complementary in both of these. Again, we said it all the way
45.
through, but a good pace of game can bring out the very best in the darts, and that's kind of what's happening with Justin here at the moment.
140.
I'll tell you what's one of the best things about the gambler. He knows when to hold them.
140.
I could have burst out into song there, but we found out very quickly that's not a career I can pursue.
We're all playing off the Chris Murphy playbook this week.
Should have left his commentary Bible not underneath the desk. Morning, Murph, if you are watching.
60. 125. Justin, you require 120.
Straight down the 20s here for Justin Smith to wrap this game up at 1 apiece. That's awkward. Always tempted to go for the bull here by the looks of it. He has got the first ball, and that's sat lovely in the board.
89.
I think that's just
Graham,
kissed the flight on the way
91.
through. The angle of the dart completely changed. That would have been an amazing moment. But Graham Usher
51. Justin, you
sets up
require
tops himself.
31.
31 for Justin Smith to level up the game. Double 8.
Game shot on the second leg.
17
Justin
dart leg
Smith.
for Justin Smith. Wraps the game up at 1 leg apiece. This is a good game of darts so far. Both players up in the high 90s.
Third leg, it's Graham
on
to
your
throw
averages.
first.
Graham Usher 99.52. Justin Smith
100.
97.03. 4 140s in just 2 legs. He could be extending that column to 5.
140.
Justin Smith is finding that red.
But isn't this so typical of Justin Smith this week?
100.
Every time he plays well, his opponent plays just as well, if not better.
He seems to be one of those players, doesn't he, that he just seems to do just not enough. We're talking about Lisa
59.
doing just enough in most situations, whether it's a group or whether it's Q-School, whatever it is, she seems to do just enough. Where Justin
83.
Smith seems to find a way to just come underneath whatever the standard is.
It's almost Chris Dobie-like, where at some point, surely the pattern's got to break.
162.
However, that was excellent from Justin Smith. 162 to leave 140. Well thought out.
83. Justin, you require 140.
Will the finish be well executed? It'd be for a breaker throw.
100. Graham, you require 135.
Has to go.
70. Justin, you require 40.
For 13 dart break.
Game shot on the third
Excellent
leg.
darts.
Justin
Excellent
Smith.
darts from Justin Smith. He's averaging 98 at this present moment in time. 2-1 to the good against Graham Usher. And he looks as if he's in a commanding
Fourth leg, it's
position in
Justin
this
to throw
match.
first.
He
Game
looks
on.
as if he's gaining the sort of confidence which we said when he's in the groove he tends to find.
59.
He's finding just enough.
121.
You're listening to darts commentary, not the comedy club.
180.
You're watching some quality darts here from Justin Smith, pushing his average over the 100 mark with that 180. 100.68. Graham Usher playing a strong part in this game. Both players clipping along in this one. Great standard of darts.
69.
That 140 column is really catching my eye on Justin Smith.
100.
6 140 plus shots and a 180 in there. Graham Usher only the one shot over the 140 mark at the moment. And it's those
57.
big landing blows of the 140s that have got Justin Smith in front with the break.
However, that treble visit there
135.
has
Justin,
put
you
Usher
require
in a brilliant
136.
position to break unless the 136 goes, which it won't.
60. Graham, you
For
require
the break
45.
back. Chops he wants.
Game shot on the
Tops
fourth
he
leg.
gets.
Graham
And we're
Usher.
back level at 2 apiece. And this is a sort of game which is well up in the offing. You can't pick between these
Fifth
two. You
leg, it's
couldn't
Graham
at the
to throw
start of the
first.
game.
Game on.
Good luck prizing these apart as we head towards the final furlongs of this match.
66.
Both players putting in stats better than anything we have seen today so far. So
45.
someone is going to feel a little bit hard done by when they come off the stage here.
100.
Justin just starting to come off the boil slightly. A couple of trebleless visits
96.
creeping into the game, which is not ideal when he needs to re-find a breaker throw at some point here.
100.
But again, is Usher's timing going to come back into play? That's a
140.
well-timed 140 from Justin Smith. Keeps himself in the running.
81.
Well in the running now. He can crank in an 8 visit of 140 plus. He is in business. He is in business.
140. Graham, you require 150.
This has to go for Graham Usher. He's in huge peril now in this match.
Justin, you
Because
require
Smith wants 80. Double 10
Game
for a
shot on
break
the
of
fifth
foe, a
leg.
3-2
Justin
lead, and he
Smith.
has the darts now for the match. And Graham Usher, who could have put himself within 2 points of Lisa Ashton with victory.
Sixth leg, it's Justin
He
to
may
throw
be joined
first.
on 8
Game
points by Justin Smith if he wins this leg with the throw. And he's going about his business very well.
140.
That is his 9th 140-plus shot. Not including the 180 as well. If we include that 140-plus column, put the 180 in there, it's 10 times.
41.
He has double trebled. And he's going to add to that column.
120.
No, he's not. It's a bounce out for Justin Smith. But the 2 trebles should be enough at the moment just to make him...
180.
They always throw you under the bus, don't they, these dart players? A 180 for Graham Usher. This is a big moment in the game. This is a big moment in the group.
100.
And they are big darts. 100 is absolutely fine at that point.
Or is it?
Unless...
123. Justin,
Oh,
you require
no.
141.
Well, it leaves on 157. He would have wanted more. But what kind of leave can
97.
Justin Smith muster?
Graham, you require
Leaves 44 after
157.
12, but can Graham Usher get the 157 for a deciding leg?
This has been a quality game of darts, but I can tell you Justin Smith,
125.
unlike the rest of us who
Justin,
want
you
this game to
require
continue, he
44.
will not. He will want this over here with this 44 finish. Going to get 2 darts at double 16 to wrap this up. Get 2 points on the board.
Game,
And that's
shot,
exactly
and the
what
match.
he gets.
Justin
A
Smith.
quality performance there from both players, but Justin Smith takes the points, takes the win with a 4-2 victory. The stats tell you everything you need to know about that. A quality affair. Graham Usher going down with a 96.21. Justin Smith taking the points, 97.70. 50% on his checkouts with a high finish of 80. But look at that column on the 140 plus. 9 140 plus for Justin Smith. Absolutely quality. Up next is Alan Tabern versus Lisa Ashton.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Well, we reached the halfway point of this Group A, and Justin Smith has just produced, well, we wax lyrically about him, don't we? We rate him highly. We've seen him produce darts of the highest quality before, and during that match there, he was dynamite.
He was absolutely excellent, but how many times has he played well in this group, got on the wrong end of the scoreline? This time he got that rub of the green. Superb game. Graham Usher contributed his part as well, but for Justin Smith, a huge victory, and it just makes the group table look a little bit more interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking at his stats, 97.7 in the end there for Justin Smith, 96.21 for Graham Usher. That will more often than not win you a game of darts, but the one column which stands out a mile is that 140 line, 9-1 in favour, and I think Matt Egger in commentary picked up on it, the 2 treble visits, and the ratio of them was outstanding.
And especially towards the end of the match, that was when he was piling them in. It felt like every visit was a 2 treble visit for Justin, and that's when you need to do it, that latter end of the game. You know, he kicked into gear when he needed the kick into gear. A big result for him, and that's going to give him a confidence boost as well.
Well, and it's given Justin Smith a boost up the table. He's up into 2nd position now on 8 points. Lisa, of course, has a game in hand, and that game in hand will be coming up in our next match when she faces off against Alan Tabern.
Yeah, interesting game this one, isn't it? Of course, Tabern with Richardson get himself onto 8 points, and it makes things really, really interesting. If it goes Lisa's way, you feel like there could be a 2-way split in this group beginning to develop. Yeah,
well, the players are starting to realise that maybe they're not going to catch Lisa, so they're battling out for that 2nd and 3rd position. Well, our next matchup is Lisa Ashton. She faces Alan Tabern. And as always, our referee, Charlie Colstefine, will take you through the action.
Chris Mason there saying the players realise that they can't catch Lisa Ashton. That could start to become the case if Lisa Ashton takes the points in this one. Could extend her lead, moving her on to 14 points and extending this run of form. Winning every game since losing that first game yesterday. Alan Tabern being a little bit in and out, started slow. Had a little bit of a break recently from darts, which normally highlights on the doubles. He fixed that at the back end of yesterday. Started today well with a victory over Dan Reed, but did lose his last game to Justin Smith, who we've just seen with that incredible performance in the last match. Victory here for Lisa.
First leg, it's Alan to throw first.
Out of contention for winning this group, but like Mason's just said there, those 2nd and 3rd places will start to become into players' minds. There is a big advantage. We're playing in the evening.
100.
More positions available. 3 from 5 go through Group B.
59.
Those spots will be filled by those players in 2nd and 3rd place, so plenty to play for here. But we are in must-win territory
44.
now for Tavern.
Yeah, I mentioned just a second or two ago, if Lisa wins this game, you sense that there's going to be a 2-way split in this group begin to develop.
67.
You've got Lisa on 12, the 2 players on 8. You sense that they'll be the realistic ones if Lisa's going to be caught, that's going to get her, and probably be the ones slugging it out for Group B spots. And then you've got the other players just below will be in that perilous position because they don't want to come back
100.
for Thursday and Friday morning. We've got less of a chance of going through than you do in the evening session.
I think leg difference is going to start coming into this group as
121.
well. Justin Smith up to a +5 now. And when we look at the scores, and we're getting a lot of 4-3s coming through today, if someone can pick up a nice 4-1 or a 4-0 victory, that could be a big telling factor. It could become like an extra point.
48.
How many times have we seen that, especially in a tight group?
170.
Alan will come back at the 63 here to hold his throw.
Alan, you require 63.
Not an easy one, 63.
Game shot.
But it's easy for Alan Tabern. Takes it out on that double 16. We said he likes a double 16. The stats say he likes a double 16. He prefers the tops, but he can ping that double 16 in one dart, and it is
Second
one leg.
It's Lisa to throw
Alan
first.
Tabern takes the lead.
Maybe he's seen the data. And we're very
59.
lucky here at the Live League that we get the opportunity to look at every single player's stats down to their record. Oh, sorry, the
60.
Super Series. Every single record on doubles and everything else. I think I might get some quip in the production department for the naming. Super Series.
100.
I'll get it tattooed on my face for tomorrow.
You buying the meals tonight?
Mind you, it wasn't too
85.
expensive yesterday. Went to a shop across the road, had a nice chicken wrap.
94.
Probably be steak and chips tonight if I'm paying.
With a side of onion rings.
100.
Gravy?
Lisa, you require 112.
With steak. 112 for Lisa. Double 16, same as
80.
Tabern took in the last one, but
Alan,
she's
you require
not took it this time.
156.
Alan has an outside chance at the 156. It's a bigger chance. It's gone. Oh, and
80.
the dart's gone as well. Comes off the point of the first
Lisa, you
dart.
require
Gives
32.
Lisa a chance to level the game with a hold of throw.
A disaster
Game shot
dart
on
for
the second
Tabern, a
leg.
perfect
Lisa
dart for
Ashton.
Lisa. And gets us back level to one apiece here. Tabern with the darts in the third. It's all gone with throw thus far.
Third leg, it's Alan to throw first. Game on.
Another dart on the floor
80.
for Tabern there. But your stats you see on the screen show there's nothing between them. 83.83 plays 83.23, and that is why we are one apiece on the
45.
scoreboard.
You mentioned the winner of Group A going through to Saturday night's final, second and third going through to Group B, and the others in Group C. We'll tell you now the players that will be
140.
joining the fray on Thursday and Friday. In Group B, David Pallett and Jared Cole, the first players to return. They get a second crack at trying to qualify for Champions Week,
140.
alongside Nick Kenny, the talented Welshman. Group C sees Carl Wilkinson, Martin Thomas and Reece Colley enter the fray. And they are
60.
looking to join in Champions Week the Series 1 weekly winners of Robert Owen, Chaz Barstow, Graham Hall, Darrell Pilgrim, Lee Evans and Kieran Tierney.
140.
Congratulations to him for winning on the stage on Saturday night here at the Super Series.
$60.
Break potential here appearing. Lisa might get 6 darts at this 176, and she's going to set it up nicely.
140.
Picks a double. She
Alan, you
shows the
require
18s.
161.
Alan now, 161. 101. Can't go.
80.
Gives Lisa 3 darts
Lisa,
to
you
break.
require 36.
13 dart potential. Good leg of darts.
18.
And she doesn't wrap it up.
Alan, you require 81.
Huge moments in this game.
$41.
And so
Lisa, you
Ashton's
require
back for the
18.
tricky double 9 for a break of throw and a 2-1 lead.
Game shot on the third leg.
And no messing
Lisa
about.
Ashton.
For Lisa Ashton. 2 from 6 on the doubles for the Lancashire Rose, an 86.87 average. And to be
Fourth leg,
honest,
it's
those
Lisa to throw
stats are
first. Game
pretty
on.
much close to what she's been doing all week long.
Consistency has been her story
140.
all the way through. We're not getting this real big peak average where we're pushing the 100. We are getting consistency
100.
and quite clinical at times.
It's a bit like a football team that goes on to win the Premier League. Those 1-0 victories are oh so crucial. And
140.
sometimes you may not be the better team in that game, but by getting that 1-0 win and the 3 points, you keep putting pressure on those directly behind you in the table.
57.
Certainly don't have to win every game 9-0, do you? And that's showing in the football as well.
Luckily, it's a city on the south coast which doesn't lose 9-0 on the league.
91.
I wouldn't know what that feels like.
60. Lisa, you require 130.
I'm glad we're in this Portsmouth venue now. I've said that. Anyway, Lisa Ashton wants 130 for a 3-1 lead.
58.
Has the luxury of time with Tabern all the way back on 284. Leaves 72 after 12. This is another really good leg from the Lancashire Rose.
60. Lisa, you
Who
require
is blossoming
72.
in this Group A. Double 12, now double 6.
66.
When she went inside on the double 12 with Tabern on 224, is there a case to either bust or try and leave double 4 next time round?
60.
Personally, I love double 6.
Lisa,
I
you
think it's great for a
require
right-handed
6.
dart player. But she has left double 3. This can get tricky. She's decided to split it.
4. Alan, you
Now
require
she's in the madhouse,
164.
where we all spend our Monday night dart leagues on the double 1. She likes these
60.
higher targets, so she'll try and leave tops and
Lisa, you
18s.
require 2.
There's the goal post. Can she score a goal straight in the middle on the double 1?
Game shot on
And
the
it
fourth
is
leg.
second dart in
Lisa
hand.
Ashton.
Crossbarring in.
Fifth leg, it's Alan to throw first. Game on.
Was a holder throw for Lisa. Alan now at the point of no return needs to win the next 3 legs. He will have the advantage of throwing 2 of
100.
those 3 legs. But he's going to need them, or he is going to start becoming detached, like the rest of the group could become detached if Lisa Ashton gets another 2 points
43.
on the board here.
Yeah, put her tally onto 14. She's going to be difficult to stop
81.
if that's the case. Very difficult to stop if that is the case. Because games are running out
59.
and everybody else in the group may need snookers soon.
100.
This would be a 7th straight win as well if she can get over the line here. Her last defeat, her only defeat, was in her opening game of yesterday
140.
when she lost to that fantastic 99 average from Graham Usher.
And we say we don't need to be fancy. It's about those 1-0s, about getting those victories, get those 2
100.
points. She's yet to hit a maximum today. And this is her 3rd time on the stage. Still no 180s in the 180 column.
45. Alan, you require 120.
This to stay in the game. Treble. Would have left the double.
60.
It's going to get another go with Lisa back on 214. It's the first time Alan Tabern's had a bit of breathing space in this match.
13.
And
Alan, you
he's
require
going to get
60.
more. That's a rare slip from Lisa Ashton.
Game
And
shot on the
Tabern
fifth
takes full
leg.
advantage.
Alan Tabern.
And it's back to 3-2. And as far as Lisa Ashton is concerned, this is the leg. She has the darts to seal victory and to put herself in a real
Sixth leg, it's
commanding
Lisa to throw
position in this
first.
group.
Game on. $96.
You said a second ago, he only needs 1 break.
180.
And he's making strides to doing that. He gets the first 180 of this game and gives himself the opportunity to get the break he
100.
needs.
Now, Alan, can you continue? No.
81.
But importantly, it's posed the question of Lisa Ashton here.
96.
2 treble visit here for the Saint. Makes things very interesting.
140.
And that is only his second 140 plus shot of the match. So to find his first 180 and only his second 140 of the game,
99.
this is
Alan, you require
absolutely
100.
fantastic timing from Alan Tabern.
Tops.
2 darts. Shot at 10s for 3-all for the breaker throw and a 12-darter.
80.
Oh, it comes low,
Lisa, you
nearly
require
bust.
110.
He'll be happy with that miss as long as Lisa does not wrap up the 110, which she's going to get a shot. Tops for the match.
Game,
and
shot,
she takes
and the
it.
match.
110
Lisa
finish for
Ashton.
Lisa Ashton. We said do not give her a shot, and he fell into that trap of giving her a shot, and she does what she's been doing all week, mopping up those opportunities. A 4-2 win for Lisa Ashton. 82.36 the average. Alan Tabern 83.82. But that 110 finish was the big telling factor. When Alan was touching the turbo, Lisa wrapped it up 4-2.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and the run of undefeated matches for Lisa Ashton continues. She's now made it 7 out of 7.
7 heaven for Lisa Ashton, isn't it? And I think that performance just summed up Lisa Ashton this week. Consistent, and when she gets the opportunity, she takes them.
Yeah, that 110 to win the match was typical of Lisa over the last couple of days. Well, the average is, it seemed a better match than that, but there was 9 missed darts at a double in total, which is not too horrific, but she reduced Tavern to just 5 darts at a double. Big 140 scoring again from Lisa, only the 2 for Tabern, but it does move Lisa on to 14 points and plus 12 if we take a quick look at the table. Confirmation of that, 14 points plus 12. Justin Smith still in second position, and just 5 legs difference, Graham Usher in third. James Richardson is going to need a win, and he's up against Dan Reed, who is desperate to do what he did yesterday against James Richardson. Produced his best performance across the day, averaged 97 in a convincing win, and he's going to have to repeat that.
Yeah, this is an interesting game because if you look at the way the group's going, there's a potential that it could be split in half, where you've got the 2 that are chasing leads and then maybe the others then playing for possibly a second, third or positions before going into Group C on Thursday and Friday. So I think for them, big game to get a victory, get a bit of confidence, and then see what they can do. I think chasing Lisa now is probably out of the question. It's getting yourself into Group B, giving yourself that advantage where you get 3 from 5 go through in the evening session as well.
Yeah, so there's different reasons why both, well, it's a must-win both for both players. So we're going to go and watch that one now. James Richardson against Dan Reed. Charlie Colstefine will take us through the action.
Mates there alluding to the fact that James Richardson needs the points, but he might need some legs as well. That leg difference column wasn't too much in his favour at the moment. Dan Reed currently at the bottom of the table, but should be feeling good coming into this game. A cast over the head-to-head stats have Dan Reed heavily in the advantage. 7-2 in favour of Dan Reed in the 9 meetings they have played. Sometimes you just come up against a player and you just feel good playing against that player, the pace of the player, and that could be the situation here with Dan Reed. He's not just been winning, but he's been winning convincingly. 4-0, 4-1, 5-2, 5-2 the last couple of meetings between them, all in favour of Dan Reed, with the lowest average of those being a 95 for Dan Reed. 2 98s and a 111. There is something Dan Reed likes about playing James Richardson, and I'm sure he would like to get some more points
140
on the board and put himself in contention for that Group B, which I think is where his attention now is going to have changed to.
I think for both players
60.
now, that's their target, getting to Group B Thursday, Friday evening. 3 from 5 go through from that compared to 2 from 6 in Group C.
180.
And Dan Reed gets our first max of the match. It was a better performance from him last time out, despite
100.
defeat to Graham Usher. Although he would have been gutted, he ended up losing because he was in a commanding position. He was leading in that game.
130.
But he's responded well. He's had a bit of a break since his last game, which I think sometimes on the back of that match probably does you the world of favours.
60.
You just step outside, have a bit of a break,
51.
and he's on for a potential 11 dart breaker throw here. Up for tops. Double 10, he loves it here.
Game
Even
shot
more
the
so
first
now.
Dan
12
Reed.
dart break for Dan Reed. An excellent start to the game for him. He's set his stall out early. He's told James Richardson, that's a standard you're going to have to play at if you're going to beat me in this one.
I just said as you was coming down the stairs from chatting to Mace that Dan Reed seems to have a love affair with playing against James Richardson. He seems to bring out his best darts, and a 12 dart leg to break and then opening with a 140. Sometimes you just get a good
60.
vibe about playing a certain player, and Dan Reed clearly has that against James Richardson. It's almost like he's banked the points already and he's just going through the motions.
100.
And psychology plays such a huge part. And in this format, when you're playing day in, day out against each other,
100.
those small things make a major difference.
Major difference in the stats, major difference in the leg. He's got 80 points before
100.
these darts. But only a max can bring James back into this. Dan Reed, very early phases, I know, but is on 120 average. He has
60.
recorded 111 against James
161.
Richardson in the past in one of his many victories. 7 out of 9 victories in favour of Dan Reed.
64.
He's had 117 average, Dan Reed, as well against Jared Cole earlier this year. Bit early to be heading to those stratospheric
100.
heights.
Dan,
But it's been an excellent performance so far from Dan the man.
57.
Leaves the double after 15 with the throw. That is more than enough with James Richardson back on 181. He's got to leave something
85.
handy. Leaves off
Dan,
96.
require 40.
But Dan Reed, 3 in hand. Double 10. Took it out in the last game, and he
shot
takes it
second
out in this leg as
Dan
well
Reed.
to extend his lead to 2-0. That is a holder throw, and the average is still comfortably over the 100 mark. Dan Reed is on
Third leg,
for a
it's
potential
James to throw
8th
first.
victory
Game on.
against James Richardson.
And the finishing in the last leg, a carbon copy of the first, went low on tops of the first dart, hit double 10 with the second. And look at the disparity in the averages. There's nearly 30, well, there's over 30
60.
in it. 99 average for Dan Reed, 72 for James Richardson. And the last couple of games, he's just gone off the boil a little bit.
140.
I was just looking at the stats there, and this is two stories. One where Dan Reed is finding his absolute best, and another story where James Richardson is not hitting much in reply to that. That 140 might be the kickstarter we said in the game before. Only takes one moment.
60.
But this is not happening for James Richardson at the moment. And Dan Reed around that 100 mark could start eating into that
57.
leg column as well.
Indeed, he might. If Dan Reed gets the victory here, you look at the league table, Ashton 14, Smith 8, Usher 8, Richardson be back on 6 along with Tabern. Reed would also then be on 6. Are we looking probably 3 from 6 to win the group with Ashton heavy favourite? We'll just pause for thought here because Richardson's on 101. Leaves us at 60 unless Dan Reed can take out the 109 and open up a 3-0 lead. What happened this time? Richardson back
54
for 60.
James requires
so his first
60.
shot at a double in the game. It's going to be at tops. He's going to have 2. He's going to have to come around that dart and does so perfectly, just to the right-hand side. Manages to find the middle of the bed, which just shows what a quality dart that was from James Richardson. To put his first leg on the board, it is a hold of throw.
To throw first.
He's going to need to find a break from somewhere.
Indeed he will. I'll just go back to the point we mentioned before we went to the finishes.
60.
Are we looking possibly, if Dan Reed gets the victory here, of course, still plenty to play for in this match. We'll be looking at 3 from 6 to win the group, and the 2 behind
43.
Ashton are just hoping that there's a slip-up somewhere from the Lancashire Rose.
But we're looking ahead at the fixtures. That Graham Usher, Lisa Ashton game, game 14, is really
43.
standing out to really set the tone for what we're going to be seeing tomorrow. So we can look forward to that one. Game 14, to really look at that top end of the table.
43.
It's like day 3 in Augusta. It's moving day here at the Super Series. And Dan Reed is moving along nicely here.
You get a max with the throw. It's a double whammy on there.
60.
177. We'll class that as a max. 3 big trebles.
139.
Nearly followed it with another one, but that's good thinking there. Leave himself the 82. Means he can utilise the ball early to give himself a dart at the double.
100. Dan, you require 82.
Been better advised
42.
there to have used the ball. 25 would have given him the 17 for tops. Ball would have left him the double 16. Probably choosing to try and leave tops
140.
rather than potentially
Dan,
getting
you
on
require
the
40.
double 16. Shows this is his preferred route. Surely is after he's been hitting the double 10.
Game shot.
But he gets the double 5.
Dan
Last
Reed.
dart in hand. It's an 18 dart leg for Dan Reed. There's a holder throw. He's 1 leg away from 2 vital points and potentially some good legs on the board as well.
First, game on.
And every single time he's gone to the board for a double, he has got it within the visit. Averaging 94.3, 42% on the
36.
doubles. And I think Dan Reed knows that he's not going to qualify as winner of Group A, but what he can do is give himself the best possible opportunity to play himself into form, get yourself in Group B, and work your way
100.
into Saturday night's final that way.
The averages suggest that is exactly what he is intending. 96.42.
46.
just got this thing when he plays James Richardson. He seems to be this mid-90 average. There's just something he enjoys about James Richardson.
100.
Dan Reid opened the day with an 82 average in defeat to Alan Tabern.
100.
And then followed that up with an 84 average in defeat to Graham Usher. So a massive improvement here from Dan Reid coming into this one.
133. 52. James, you require 132.
Crucially there, Richardson's now going to get 6 at it. Yeah, he just has a little look to see where that second dart landed. It was in the
84.
single 14. Leaves himself on 48 upon his return because Dan Reid went for the bullseye and left himself on a bogey.
97. James, you
And
require
so to bring it back to
48.
3-2, going to get 2 darts at tops.
28. Dan, you require
So
66.
Dan Reid to seal victory. 66 is the route.
46. James, you
But he
require
won't get his
20.
kicks against James Richardson right now.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
One
James
dart for James Richardson to keep himself in this game. He survived a match dart in that one, but it is still a game on. Dan Reid will be throwing first,
Sixth
trying to
leg, it
wrap this
stands to
game
throw
up
first.
and get himself some points.
Perfect light. It's unmissable.
140.
It's missable.
He's found a way, but that is his 6th 140 of the match so far. Say best stats he's been putting in
45.
all day. 92.89, the running average. Vast improvement on the low 80s that we've seen from him so
46.
far today.
But that visit's just opened the door up for James if he can get another treble alongside that one.
100. 140.
Good use of the throw there. He had a 40-point buffer. He hits the 140. He says, even if you hit a 180 now, James, it does not matter. It is all in Dan Reid's hands. He has timed this game well. He has played this game well. 6 100s, 7 140s, a 180. And he could be wrapping it up in 13 darts.
135.
Sets up tops after 12. James all the way back on 3-1-2. The love affair with victories against James Richardson could be about to continue
81. Dan, you require
in their
40.
10th meeting.
Game
In their
shot
10th
and the
meeting,
match.
Dan Reid makes it 8-2 on the head-to-head stats with his best performance of the day there. Dan Reid with a 92.56 average, 7 140s, lots of trebles there, 100 plus throws, 7, 1 180. Really good stuff there from Dan Reid. Checkout percentage 36.36, which is better than 1 in 3. And when you're throwing like that, you are going to take the victory 4-2 to Dan Reid.
Perfectly clear. On the guest mic. Good afternoon and welcome back. Well, a little bit of a surprise victory in the last one. The bookies made James Richardson favourite for that time, but it was Dan Reid who at times showed us what he's really capable of.
That was more like the Dan Reid we know, more like the Dan Reid that's won here at the Super Series before in the past, in the previous incarnation, in the little box room we had.
Yeah, you'll be putting money in the swear box if you mention the LL.
What, more money? But no, that was more like the Dan Reid we know, that we've seen in the past, and that's going to give him a lot of confidence. And suddenly, from being bottom of the group, he's put himself in contention to get himself into Group B. I think catching Lisa probably a bit too much for him now, but get yourself in the Thursday, Friday nights, you give yourself a better chance of progressing to Saturday. Yeah,
that's where all the players want to play. We're looking at the numbers, 92-56, 15 points separating them in the averages, but it was that scoring line. It was 11 scores of between a ton or more for James Richardson, but it was 15 for Dan Reid. It really was a display of double treble hitting.
Exactly, but Dan Reid's found a friend on that double 10, hasn't he? How many times does he go low on the top to then double 10 goes in first dart in hand? That's a nice luxury to have. Of course, you want to get your doubles first time of arse, but if you've got somewhere you can rely on when you're in mud, in a bit of trouble, that's a good thing to have.
I think Niagara picked up an earlier that his strike rate on tops is pretty horrendous, but on double 16 he's far more efficient, yet we as dart players probably just so stubborn, just keep going back to the tops. So it is going to be James Richardson and Dan Reid, who we've just seen. Up next, it's going to be Alan Tabern and Graham Usher.
Two players looking to bounce back from defeats in their last time out. Graham Usher looking to bounce back from a 4-2 against Justin Smith. Lisa Ashton took down Alan Tabern last time out, 4-2 as well. So both players looking to avenge some defeats. Alan Tabern got off today with a good win, 4-3 against Dan Reid, who's just put that good performance in against James Richardson. Followed that up with a 4-0 defeat to Justin Smith. Graham Usher started his day well. 4-3 victory over Dan Reid and a 4-3 victory over James Richardson. Two played yesterday.
First leg, it's Alan to throw first. Game on.
It was Graham Usher who took the victory there. 4 legs to 1. If he's going to be chasing down Lisa, he's going to need a repeat of that. Need some legs on the board, but vitally need some points on the board. So he's going to need to repeat the victory over Tabern here.
83.
He's probably a little bit harshly treated in his last game.
60.
Graham Usher did throw a 96 average, which is the second best average we have seen all day. Going down to Justin Smith,
43,
who's put in the performance of the day so far, 97.70.
44.
Needs to get firing early here.
24.
Only one treble apiece out of the first 9 darts.
100.
So a subdued start to this one.
Feeding their way in, I think, would be the
100.
way to describe it.
We are hitting lunchtime. And it's interesting on these days and how to manage those, because you don't want to
100.
be playing feeling full. And it's about snacking and just staying hydrated and fueled throughout the day.
60. Alan, you require 120.
Things like chocolate bars and just small little bits you can eat throughout the day is probably the best thing to do instead of like having a sandwich or something like that. Just enough to keep you going that doesn't fill you up.
100.
Tabern will return for double 10 to hold throw in the opener.
60. Alan, you
A
require
leg that
20.
both players would like to put to the back of their mind.
No score. Graham, you require 131.
Will return for that double 10. You say he wants to put it to the back of his mind, but he will not
91.
mind if
Alan,
he
you
hits
require
this double
20.
10 with one of these 3 darts. It's awkward.
15.
Always had to come across to the left.
Graham, you
Couldn't hook
require
it round.
40.
And offers Graham Usher the chance to break his throw. Looking to usher this one in.
Game shot on
And
the
he
first
gets
leg.
it. Double
Graham
top
Usher.
for Graham Usher with the 3rd dart in hand. It was not a classic, but he will be happy just as much as if he hit a 9 dart, because it's a leg that counts. 1-0.
Second leg, it's Graham to throw first. Game on.
Throw in for 2-0.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
42. $80.
As you mentioned, we get to this point of the day and
95.
it's all about making sure your energy levels are there throughout, because I suppose you can so easily have your adrenaline up and up and
100.
up, and if you have a big break between games, it can come straight back down, and then it's making sure you can get yourself back up again when you return to
60.
the stage. And I can imagine when you're doing it day after day, repetitively, that can be quite tough.
We're asking a lot of questions of the players throughout the day. At the start of the day, who can get up? Who can do this nice and
140.
early? Who can get up and running at that time in the morning? And then when we get to lunchtime, we're saying, right, who's got the stamina? Who can keep
100.
picking themselves back up again? Who's managed the day correctly? It's not an easy thing to do. I've been in that room many a times.
82.
Alan again getting down to the finish first.
140.
But leaves
Alan, you
himself on a
require
3-darter
99.
against Graham's 2. But that treble has given him the opportunity, and he's hit the 17. So he cannot take this out. He's left himself 25. So options. But it's options and hope.
75.
Hope that Graham Usher does not
Graham,
take
you
the
require
64.
64.
We expect to see him. Oh, he's hit the
48.
dart and it's come inside. The flight has
Alan, you
carried it
require
inside a
24.
long way off the double because of that deflection. Gives Alan the chance to get his throw back and gets it
Game
back
shot
with
on
the
the
first
second
dart.
leg. Alan
In
Tabern.
hand on double 12. 1 leg apiece. And Alan will now be throwing first in leg 3.
Gets the
Third
break
leg,
back
it's
in the
Alan to throw
second, and
first. Game
this
on.
is the sort of game, if he can get hold on the third, he can maybe try and stamp his authority on the game a little bit. As you can see, another player playing to the standards we'd expect from them.
100.
Sometimes you see this during the day. It's a long day for the players.
95.
Mentioned it in that Justin Smith-Graham Usher game. When one player seems to really kick on and carry the game, you tend to get both players clip along
85.
at the same sort of pace. We also see it this way round as well, when you're just looking to find something. It's the chasing the opportunity all the
137.
time. Oh, I've got to try and jump on this, or there's an opportunity presenting itself. And it just becomes a game of
99.
opportunity miss, opportunity miss.
$40.
Handed Alan Tabern the initiative on throw. Heads
57.
downstairs to leave 160. What can Usher do here?
83. Alan, you require
Save that
160.
visit with the last dart. And it'd be so typical of this game where both players are
60.
famed to hit the heights in the
Graham, you
scoring
require
department. That
146.
big visit and a big finish would go. Will it go with a 146? Those options. 68 remaining.
98. Alan, you require
For
100.
treble 20 to leave double 4. Treble 19.
44. Graham, you require
Bit of a mess
48.
there from Alan Tabern, and Graham Usher can get yet another break.
16.
But that chance comes and goes.
Alan, you require 56.
Chance to hold the throw now for Alan. 2 darts at tops. His preferred double of choice.
Game shot on the
and he
third
pings
leg.
it with the
Alan
first
Tabern.
dart. He hit the double 12 last time with 1 dart. He's hit tops with 1 dart this time, recovering himself from that first leg where he missed a couple of handfuls of darts at the double. He could
Fourth
have
leg,
been
it's
3-0
Graham to
up,
throw first.
but instead Graham is now throwing for 2 legs all.
100.
It's one of those games where somebody needs to take it by the scruff of the neck.
140.
Is that the visit that could do it for Alan Tabern?
45.
It's the trebleless visits that are becoming the problem here for Graham Usher. And if Alan can start to find these,
134.
double treble shots are going to win you against anybody. But when your opponent's just giving you those opportunities, this could really shake up the table.
100.
And Lisa Ashton will be a big fan of this.
Very much so.
60.
Because Ashton is on 12 points. Smith's
100.
on 8,
Alan, you
Usher's
require
on 8,
167.
Reed and Tabern are on 6 alongside Richardson. To be one of her closest rivals, dropping more points.
60. Graham, you require
Tabern can
156.
claim victory here. He's going to get a poke at the 107. He
140.
may have to take
Alan, you
the
require
107.
107.
Treble 17 for double 18.
Game
For
shot on the
107
fourth
for
leg.
Alan Tabern to break the throw. And how crucial could that be? Not just in the match, but in the context of the group. He has the darts for a 4-1 win.
Fifth leg, it's Alan
A
to
win
throw
which would be
first.
key for
Game
him.
on.
A win that would be key for Lisa Ashton.
Good recovery as well. After the mess he made in the opening leg on the doubles, he's had 3 darts at double since and hit
140.
all 3. Double 12, double top, double 18. 1 dart in hand at each of them, and his first 100-plus checkout of the day.
100.
Stats are rising now. Up to about the 83 mark now.
123.
And climbing for Alan Tabern.
100.
Bit like an old kettle. Taken a while, but it's beginning to boil.
140.
And rising even further with that 140. Could rise all the way.
140.
If he takes
Alan, you
this
require
98, he'll be taking
98.
both points. Can tee this up nicely.
58. Graham, you require
No risk there,
161.
straight in the middle of the single. 161. He's got the 2 trebles, needs the ball.
119. Alan, you require 40.
Tots for Tabern. Double 10.
20.
But 3 match darts have
Graham,
come
you
and gone, and
require
Graham Usher
42.
returns for 42. For 3-2. For the break back.
10.
But Tabern returns.
Alan,
2
you
tens
require 20.
2 points. Takes his time. One to go. For the points.
10.
And a long way inside.
Graham, you require 32.
Double 16 for a break of throw.
Game shot on
And
the
a bit
fifth
of woe
leg.
for Alan
Graham
Tabern, who's
Usher.
having a doubling sandwich. Some excellent doubles in the middle, and on either side of that, a nightmare on the
Sixth leg,
doubles.
it's Graham to throw
Usher
first. Game on.
keeps himself alive in this one. Throwing first to level it up.
100.
And crucially, 6 missed match darts for Alan Tabern. How's he going to respond?
100.
Tunnel suffice. He's forced the issue of Graham Usher.
123.
Usher's trying to make Tabern serve it out in the last.
60.
Saw the average climbing recently. Went up to the 86 point. He's coming back the way down
140.
to that 80 mark, where Graham's now making a climb up those stats. I think the concerning thing there for Alan's not the 6 missed starts.
57.
But they wasn't
Graham, you
even
require
close. I think
138.
that's the concerning thing. And it looks like we're going 3-all.
98.
Alan a long way back. Not much you can do from this point.
100.
Minimum
Graham, you
6
require
starts
40.
for Graham. On preferred sections,
No score.
and he's bust.
Wise move, I think.
Go back to his favourite double. You don't want to be chasing around a 5 when you can leave yourself on your favourite. Leave yourself on that top.
140.
A little
Graham,
bit
you
different
require
this time,
40.
though. Tabern breathing down his neck. Will he return the favour?
No
He
score.
does.
Alan,
For
you
the
require
match.
44.
He's going to get more match darts. And a leg. Usher should have taken us to a decider.
Game
Alan
shot,
Tabern
and
will
the
pick
match.
up the point.
Alan Tabern.
And that is a huge victory for Alan Tabern. It puts himself into Group B contention and is a hammer blow for Graham Usher's chances of winning Group A. An 81.57 average for the Saint. 4 from 17 on the checkouts, but the high out of 107 for him. We're going to take a short break. Upon our return, Justin Smith takes on James Richardson.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Well, we've just seen another thriller and a much-needed win for Alan Tabern. Gets over the line 4-2. Ironically, had 6 starts to win it a little bit more comfortably, and then Graham Usher's missed 6 to get us to 3-all.
Yeah, and Graham Usher's had a couple of bad results at the worst possible time, hasn't he? But for Alan Tabern, it's been a good last 24 hours or so. Struggled at the start of the group, and then he's worked his way back into it. And when you look at the table now, he's also on 8 points, but it looks really, really pretty for Lisa Ashton, doesn't it?
She's got two to play, of course.
Exactly. So she's got that advantage, hasn't she, now?
Graham Usher with just 1 more to play, as has Alan Tabern. But that group now, it looked like it was going to, they were sort of going to stretch a lead from the bottom 2. But there's literally 1 win in it. And of course, the top of the table after tomorrow's completion of Group A, straight through to Saturday night's final. 2nd and 3rd will come back for Group B on Thursday and Friday night, which is a 5-player field, which, as we mentioned, so much easier to get through with the top 3 going through. 4, 5 and 6 back for the Red Eye Group C Thursday and Friday morning. Got to tee this match up next. James Richardson against Justin Smith was the match of the day yesterday. Justin Smith averaged, what, just shy of a ton. James Richardson just shy of 109, and it went all the way. And, of course, produced the big fish. Exactly,
and you're on the wrong end of the scoreline. That was how good the quality was in it. So anything like that in this one, I would be very happy.
Yeah, we don't mind a match of that quality going all 7 legs. Well, as always, it will be our referee, Charlie Corstevine, taking us through the action. Justin Smith up against James Richardson.
As said, 2 players that teed us up with an absolute classic of a game yesterday. It'll be good to see anything like that, but we haven't seen anything like that from James Richardson today. 3 games on the board and 3 defeats. Kicked his day off with a 4-3 defeat to Graham Usher. Followed that with a 4-3 defeat to the table topper Lisa Ashton. And then the last game out, losing to Dan Reed. Justin Smith has shown us signs, though, of that performance from yesterday, winning his last 2 matches. Kicked off the day
first leg,
with a 4-3
Justin
defeat to Lisa Ashton.
Game on.
Got a 4-0 victory on the board against Alan Tabern, which has seen that leg difference go in his favour. And then that last game, that 4-2 victory over Graham Usher, where the big standout fact was those 140s, hitting 9 140s. And it looks like he's in the same mood again here. First 3 darts, 140. When he gets into that rhythm, he can be a very dangerous player and could be the guy to chase down Lisa at the top.
Well, we saw in the last game that treble 20 bed was a magnet. Those 2 triple visits was the key towards that victory against Graham Usher. James Richardson, he'll want to put that performance against Dan Reed to the back of his mind.
58.
Managed just averaged 77.53 in that last game against Dan Reed.
81.
And if you're going to hit form, this is the time to do so in the group. Midway point.
100.
Getting towards the business end. And that first dart is a nice lie for Justin Smith.
140.
There was only ever going to be one outcome when that first dart went just above the wire, standing up like that.
93. Justin, you require 40.
Well, 13 dart hold to start.
30. James, you require 154.
2 trebles needed to give himself a pop at the double. Not going to find them on this occasion. Means Justin Smith will return back to the board.
Justin, you require
2
10.
5s. Split in. He's split most things this week. 2 2s.
Game shot on the first leg.
18
Justin
dart leg
Smith.
for Justin Smith. It's a holder throw. And Justin Smith, we're just saying, could be the guy to chase down Lisa Ashton. He's taking the lead in this one. And
Second
we will
leg, it's
see him in the
James to
last
throw
game of
first.
the day against Dan Reed. So he has another game to play today. So 4 points he can still collect
42.
And in this group where everything is so tight, every point matters.
100.
Dan Reed could become a bit of a spoiler, actually, coming to the back end of this day. His last two games are against
140.
Lisa Ashton and Justin Smith. He's hitting form at the right time.
93.
92.5 average in the last game with that victory over James Richardson.
As I say, this is a time where you want to hit your straps.
83.
And every other player in the group will be begging that Dan Reed can get that result against Lisa Ashton, just to give them some kind of hope going into tomorrow.
58.
Because it looks as if Lisa is the one-away leader in this group.
94.
A4 upon Smith's return for a
58. Justin, you require
break of foe and a
84.
2-0 lead. This has been another really tidy performance thus far. Double 12.
Aim shot on the second
Clinical
leg. Justin Smith.
from Justin Smith. The bearded dragon is striking red hot at the minute. 2-0 up,
Third
an
leg, it's
average
Justin
of
to throw first.
just a shade under 94. 3 140s in 2 legs.
45.
And that's been his mantra this week. The consistency in that department is the reason why he could well be the closest
93.
contender to the Lancashire Rose for top spot in Group A.
60. 60. 59.
When James Richardson is playing well, we see a lot of 180s. That treble goes in the top of the bed. He didn't hit a single one in his last
44.
game, and he's only got the 140 so far in this game. A sign that things just aren't working for James Richardson at the moment. Just
59.
under-pitching the darts.
And he hasn't got long to think about things after this game. He plays Alan Tavern in a couple of matches' time.
100.
He'll be hoping that this will carry on a bit longer. He's made some headway against the darts.
60.
Going to get 6 on 204 to get a break back to half the arrears.
95.
Justin's timing has been very good so far. And that is
180.
perfect timing from Justin
James
Smith.
require
A massive
109.
180. Leaves himself the 38. If James does not hit this, he's hit the bull. That leaves him tops. That would have
89.
been naughty darts there from
Justin,
James
you require
Richardson.
38.
I'm expecting to see the split. He carries on with the split.
Game
and he
shot on the
hits
third leg. Justin
3-0.
Smith.
Justin Smith. He survived that dart there at tops from James Richardson. A break opportunity there for James, but it's Justin that keeps it cool and makes
Fourth
it
leg, it's James to throw
3-0
first.
on the
Game
scoreboard, and some much needed leg difference.
I said earlier up in the studio with Chris, Justin cannot keep playing this
100.
well and not get the results. In fairness to him, this is kind of in the stands he's been playing at throughout the group. He's just been on the wrong end of
100.
inspired performances. Case in point being the 108 that James Richardson hit against him yesterday. But he's
123.
trying to serve revenge, and it's a dish best served cold.
60. 58. 100.
Although Richardson has an opportunity to hold fire and get a leg on the board.
$41.
Risky dart there to try and come around that. He could have gone downstairs and left the finish at a nice clean target like the 19s. Tried to hook it round.
60.
He didn't get the angles right. Low in the one. Troublous visit there for Justin. Might have just let him away with the situation though.
123.
And a great recovery there from James.
I was going to say, that was an opportunity for Justin. And now James Richardson
96.
should
Danger
get
required,
2 darts.
56.
We'll get 2 at tops to get a leg
Being shot on
back.
the 4th leg. James
And he does
Richardson.
so. That's only his 2nd dart at double in the match. Such has been the dominance from Justin Smith so far. But it is the bearded dragon
leg,
from
it's
Wales
Justin to
who
throw
has the
first.
darts
Game
to
on.
seal a 4-1 victory.
James Richardson's just one of those
60.
players though that don't know when they're beat. And it'd be no surprise to see him put a couple more legs on the board and start finding some inspired darts. Just like that with the 180 from James Richardson. The first 180 of the match for him. And he's back in the 180
100.
column after having a game off in the last match.
But he knows against the darts and where Smith is in the leg.
41.
He may have handed the initiative he gained right back.
I think one thing we've not really complimented
100.
Justin on so far is that shirt. I'm liking the claws of the dragon coming through there. Nice shirt there, Justin.
140.
But did it win Shirt of the Year?
No, no. Shirt of the year is already tied up once again this year.
57. James, you require 140.
The only thing Justin Smith will care about winning is the match. But James Richardson returns at 80 for break of throw and 3-2.
136. James, you require 80.
Big passage of play here. Went straight for tops.
40.
Interesting play
Justin,
that.
you require
We may discuss
48.
that in the next match because this could be over very shortly.
Game,
It is
shots,
over.
And the match.
And Justin Smith seals a
Smith.
4-1 victory against James Richardson. The bearded dragon is finding form at the perfect time. A 3-dart average of 86.43. The 1 maximum apiece in the match. 4 from 8 on the doubles, both 50%. High out of 84. It is victory for the bearded dragon against James Richardson. When we return, it's Lisa Ashton in action. She takes on Dan Reed.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. And what a performance that was from Justin Smith, the first player we've seen outside of Lisa to really make a bit of a move.
Yeah, he has, and we did pick him out at the start of the day, didn't we?
Anybody think we know what we're talking about?
Sometimes. But yeah, excellent performance from him once again, the most consistent player in terms of today's action. And yeah, I think going into tomorrow, he's going to be the one that's probably going to cause the problems.
Yeah, he's one that's possibly in the best position to try and chase Lisa down. She's up next, of course, against Dan Reed. And yesterday, she produced her best performance against Dan Reed. I think Lisa's one of the players that can play against a slow player and a quick player. She doesn't seem to be affected.
Just not phased about whatever environment that she's in, and that's a sign of a top-class player, four-time world champion. But Dan Reed's played well in his last couple of games. He's refound and recaptured that form that we know that he has. And it's going to be a tricky test here for Lisa.
It is. I think we can have a quick look at the updated table. And there you are, Justin Smith into second position alone on 10 points. He still has one more game to play. And Graham Usher has one more also, and you'd think that will have to be a must-win game for Graham Usher, but he will be facing Lisa Ashton. Easier said than done.
Most definitely. I think for Justin, if he can win that last game, get himself on 12 points, no matter what else happens from here, he's in with a chance come tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think the players are almost ready. I'm sure the referee, Charlie Coulsdefine, is ready, so let's get on with the action.
Things are about to get interesting up at the top of the table. Dan Reed can play the part of the spoiler up first here against Lisa Ashton, and then up against Justin Smith. His last game of the day has found a bit of form at the right time. He did let that lead slip early on, but then followed it up with a 4-2 victory over James Richardson with his best performance of the day, 92.56. He's possibly going to need to do that again against a table topper here, Lisa Ashton.
First leg, it's Lisa to throw first.
Today.
Game on.
Lisa Ashton kicking her day off with a 4-3 victory over now second place in the table, Justin Smith. She had a 4-2 victory over Alan Tabern and a 4-3 victory over James Richardson. Only lost the one game
60
all week so far. That was her opening.
134.
This is your last game of your fourth round of fixtures, and then we'll see everyone one more time
100.
for their fifth round. James Richardson will be back on against Alan Tabern. Graham Usher will be playing Lisa Ashton. That is another top of the table clash.
36
first versus third. And then Dan Reed against second place Justin Smith. So by the end of today, we should really know what everyone's playing
100.
for. It should all be mapped out. Who's going for Group B and who's still in the running to try and stop Lisa
60.
taking Group A.
You get the sense that Justin Smith's the most likely contender out of everyone.
100.
But you know what can happen in these final days. Anything is possible. Mead leaves 1-4-1 after 12 against the darts.
100. Dan, you require 141.
Treble 19 or treble 15. So let's go treble 19 for double 12.
93.
Leaves himself on
Lisa, you
48.
require 91.
If he comes back, Lisa wants 91. Goes the bullseye route. And it is one dart at double
75.
16, but it's one dart
Dan,
missed.
you require 48.
Chops it is. Aim for the middle, went and got the 8.
8.
But double
Lisa, you
top hasn't been a
require
friend
60.
to Dan Reed today. And it presents Lisa Ashton with another opportunity.
Game
Which
shot on the first
she
leg.
takes.
Lisa Ashton.
2 darts missed there by Dan Reed to get a breaker throw.
Second leg,
Early
it's Dan
breaker
to throw
as well
first.
in this game. He's now throwing. First in the second leg. Again, this is a much more improved Dan
97.
Reed from what we saw earlier in the day.
35. 82.
Again, as we enter these,
100.
we'll get towards the last round of matches. Finish the day well, and your perception of the group will feel much better than perhaps if you lost it. Even if you won the same amount of points, the circumstances of how and which games you win and lose can change your mindset when you leave the venue at the end of the day.
It's the absolute 66 psychology, isn't it?
68.
Like most people of my age, grew up using the old system of darts, and you'd play in your bars and... Oh, it's the first 180 of the match goes to Dan Reed. And you'd play in your bars and your clubs and things going up, and you'd see 66 a lot. And that was...
58.
You got treble 20 with the last start, you felt
42.
great. You got treble 20 with the first start and come off with 66, you felt awful.
Game shot.
Dan Reed will be feeling good though.
Dan
42
Reed.
in 2 darts. Again, uses that double 16 to a good advantage. Bumps his average up to a 90 now.
Third leg, it's Lisa to throw first.
Needs a
Game on.
break.
And you sense it's advantage to Dan the man here.
82.
Lisa isn't invincible. She has lost once in this group, although it was to an
60.
inspired Graham Usher who averaged 99. But again, it's all about outlooks. You don't want to
65.
end the day with a defeat or two. Because it gives the other players hope going into tomorrow.
100.
Give a dart player an inch, they will take a mile.
100.
The beauty of head-to-head sport.
100. 121.
Recovered well with that last dart, the slip into the single one and then straight back into the treble 20. This is good. That is good.
180.
That's his
Lisa
second of the
required
match.
133.
And he will get more opportunities to break the Lisa Ashton throw.
93.
He missed 2 darts in the
Daniel
opening leg.
requires 61.
He might get 2 more again here. He will only get 1. He's hit the ball. It's going to be a double 4.
Game
And
shot on
he
the
pings
third
it in the
leg.
corner.
Dan Reed.
Sneaks it in the bottom corner. He won't mind either way around. That is a breaker throw. It is a 2-1 lead. And again, that
Fourth leg, it's Dan
average
to throw first.
is creeping up for the day. In this match, he is running at a 93.38, which is
60.
streets ahead of where Lisa is currently sat. Lisa all the way back on a 76.44, and that's coming down to these
58.
trebleless visits like that one.
That's where the game is toing and a throwing. Going into the last round of fixtures, Dan Reed's going to have some confidence and he'll give himself an opportunity if he can win his last match to maybe try and claw his way into the top 3 if results went his way.
57.
Getting a
96.
little bit edgy, isn't it? You sort of feel Lisa's now at that point where she knows just a couple more wins and she can have a couple of days off and get herself ready for Saturday night, where it will be joined by a live crowd
96.
at the Super Series.
I was sat in the corner on Saturday night watching it in front of a crowd, and
94.
some experience for the players. Crowd really got into the action on Saturday.
41.
You can join the Darty Party in Portsmouth. Tickets are available dartshop.tv for Saturday nights at the Super Series.
98.
Will Lisa Ashton be there? She's top of Group A, and she leaves a ton after 15 to level us up.
140. Lisa, you require 100.
The break back against Dan Reed.
$40. Dan, you require 47.
Confirm that breaker throw.
Game
with a
shot on the
hold of
fourth
throw
Dan Reed.
and a 3-1 lead. He opens up the 2-leg gap, taking out 47 in 2 darts. 3 darts hit out of 5
Fifth leg,
darts
it's
thrown
Lisa
at the
to
double.
throw
Gives Dan
first.
Reed a
Game on.
60% checkout rate on the doubles. And that is a good splitting factor.
60.
That and the fact that Lisa has not yet once post a shot over 140 in this game. Relying on those 100s
140.
as her big scores, and she's only hit 5 of those so far.
Yeah, it's been one of those off games for Lisa, but she's done a lot of hard work
58.
already. It'll just be the hope that this is just an anomaly for her.
$62.
And out of all the players, she'll be the one most used to playing long-haul matches because of her success, not just in the PDC Women's Series, but across
96.
the various systems in place in darts.
See, that 62 for Dan Reed just makes this shot even more unlucky. He might be able to rectify that.
133.
See, 2 trebles there has still left him on a non-finish. It was unfortunate. It was right on the wire. But it doesn't just affect that first shot. It then
80.
affects that setup shot as well. Because he now needs another 3 darts. He's going to get another 3 darts, though. He's got 6. That's 166.
60.
And this could not just be a defeat, a rare defeat for Lisa Ashton. This could be quite a crushing defeat. 4-1 will eat into those leg differences. Because although she's been
57.
winning, it was a
Dan, you require
4-3
106.
against Justin Smith, a 4-3 against James Richardson. She has not been putting much points, or legs, should I say, on the board.
70.
Dan Reed nearly put 3 legs on the board there.
Lisa, you require
Lisa back on
150.
150.
Another. Double 15.
Game
That's
shot on the
incredible
fifth
from
leg.
Lisa
Ashton.
There's no quit in the Lancashire Rose. And when Dan Reed had the opportunity to win the match,
Sixth leg, it's Dan
she
to
gets a
throw
big
first.
finish to save it. And it's actually her first visit of any description of 140 plus. What a time to save it.
140.
We teed it up, we bowled it, she battered it. 150 to finish.
96.
Even if Dan Reed holds his throw, that extra leg could be huge. He's already got the points.
60.
You know, just wants to make sure that we don't have to take the shoes and socks off and start counting everything else.
125.
I'd rather not. Still got the brand new smell inside this comms roof.
57.
Lisa raising it here. She's reacting.
60.
If she can break the throw, she will be throwing first in the decider. Dan Reed will not want it to go that far. We want to get this over with as quick as possible.
100.
But may need 6 from there.
$60. Dan, you require 144.
Be some way to win it. Another. Not this time. Well, she hit a
128.
150 in the last
Lisa, you
leg.
require 160.
And she get a 160 in this, and this again would be to save the match, but not this time. And so Dan Reed will come back for
74.
double 8 to inflict a first defeat
Dan, you
in
require
8
16.
upon the Lancashire Rose.
Game
On
shot
double
and the match.
8.
Dan
And it's a
Reed.
big victory for Dan Reed. Lisa Ashton is finally defeated in this Group A. Her first defeat since early on Monday morning. Dan Reed, 89.69 average, 2 maximums, 4 from 7 on the doubles, a high out of 61. We're going to take a short break. When we return, James Richardson will be in action as he takes on Alan Tabern.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. And look, I've managed to drag out of the comms box Matt Edgar. Afternoon, mate.
Afternoon, yeah, I've been glued to the action today, so first time I've managed to pop up here today.
It is. I'm glad to get you up from the comms box. I might get my seat back, who knows. A bit of defiance there from Lisa, the 150. You teed it up and she took it out. It was a great shot, but ultimately outscored throughout the match.
Definitely. It was those troubleless visits, far too many, and she was just relying on those tons, and she only hit 5 of those. The only time she managed to break that and get 2 trebles was that incredible 150 finish, so she was stretched the whole time. Yes,
Dan Reed, over twice as many. 11 scores of a ton or more for Dan Reed in that one, and as you can see, the 180s, both of them going to Dan Reed. It was still a fascinating game, but I think Dan Reed, a bit like Justin Smith, they've sort of got their mojo back.
Definitely, and I said he could be a spoiler in this now. So Dan Reed's playing the people at the top of the table, and he's now probably pitched in a position he can't win this group. So he's now in a position where he's going to ruin the day for other people and try and book himself in Group B.
Yeah, absolutely. We can have a quick look at the table and see what effect that win for Dan Reed had on the table. Well, it's taken him from virtually down at the bottom of the table up into third. That's how close it is. Lisa Ashton on 14. We've completed the 4th cycle of games, so all the players have 1 more match to play. So 3 more games to bring you. And we will start with James Richardson against Alan Tabern. Which way do you see that one going, Matt?
This could go either way. One thing I'd like to see is I'd like to see a bit more sensible darts at times in this one. I think James is taking some unnecessary risks at times.
Yeah, that 115 was bizarre, wasn't it? And I think you mentioned it going for the smallest target on the board.
He's done that, and he's gone for tops with 3 in hand as well. He's took a few unnecessary risks. He left himself in a position where he couldn't take that out.
Maybe he's trying to be a bit more like Scott Williams.
Trying to be a bit exciting.
All right, let's get on with the action. Charlie Corsafine will take us through.
Cheers, mates. Nice to see Matthew Edgar up in the pundit studio as we see James Richardson take on Alan Tabern as we enter the final round of games of our Tuesday action here at the MODUS Super Series. Replay beginning to take shape. Lisa Ashton is the dominant force in front, but Dan Reed, with that victory, has just given everyone else a little bit of hope.
James to throw first. Game on.
James Richardson. You want to get back in the winner's circle. Lost 4-1 to Justin Smith last time out, then to Dan Reed and Lisa Ashton as well today.
100.
And making his sprint from the studio down to the comms booth. I'll let Matt Edgar get his
100.
breath back for a second. It is quite a challenge going up and down those stairs so quickly.
I see why you sent me that time. You needed a bit of a rest on that one.
44.
The luxury of the big padded chair. Glued to the screen, watching the action. A nice air-conditioned room.
140.
I must say, that is a nice luxury.
Especially when we're treated to the action that we've had today. Some really good, tight, close battles all the way through today.
James require
We're now going into our
161.
final cycle of games. Last game for these players today. They will be back tomorrow.
102.
To complete Group A.
Richardson leads 59 after 12 to take the opener.
60.
And it'd be important for him
James
to
require 59.
get a chalk on the board today. And if it can do it in the last, it will at least give him something going in to tomorrow's final furlong in Group A.
39.
But 2 missed darts at double isn't necessarily a catastrophe now. It's happened all the way back on 212.
I did just say I'd like to see him take
100.
less
James
unnecessary
require
risks.
20.
And that last start of the 25 was good thinking. Leave himself the 2-darter. It's a long way off with those.
15.
And gives
Alan, you
Alan
require
Tabern the chance
112.
at the 112. We saw this earlier on from Graham Usher, a fellow left-hander. But we're not going to see it now from Alan Tabern. So James will come back with a chance to hold his
54.
throw. Needing
James
5,
require
which
5.
sounds easy. But trust me, this ain't. He needs the big one. The double 2. One more to go.
1.
Comes low.
Alan, you require
Break
58.
opportunity for Alan Tabern to put more misery on James Richardson today, who has not found a win yet.
38. James, you
But
require
he's going to
4.
get another crack in this leg. Down to double 2. Now the madhouse.
Game shot on the first
But
leg.
James Richardson
James
finds it,
Richardson.
gets the opening leg on the board. By hook and by crook, he is there. It would have felt like a body blow if he lost it because he was so dominant throughout.
Second leg, it's Alan to throw
But
first.
he's on the board.
Game
Looking
on.
to get on the board in terms of the points tally for today. Been a struggle for him
41.
on Tuesday.
In a
97.
mixed bag for Alan Tabern, really, today. Kicked off the day with a 4-3 victory over Dan Reed. Followed that with a 4-0
120.
defeat to Justin Smith. 4-2 defeat to Lisa Ashton before beating Graham Usher. 4 legs to 2.
180.
First 180 of the match. No surprise, it's gone to James Richardson. Big 180 hitter.
140.
He'd like to pile in another couple here. But that's a disaster dart.
44.
Means he cannot leave a finish. Advantage Tabern in this leg now. Very much so.
84.
Gonna get a go at the 116. All Richardson can do is apply pressure.
100.
In which
Alan,
he
you
does.
require 160.
Level us up. 16 for tops.
96.
But it drags just low, and
James
Richardson
require
returns for
80.
80.
Again, he's gone the 2 tops. This time he's hit it first dart. It's sat lovely. One more dart, a double 10.
70.
That was a lovely dart
Alan, you
in the
required
top.
20.
Sat nice at the top. Just to guide in. It didn't go,
Game shot
but
on the
that
second
one
leg.
has.
Alan
It's a
Tavern.
holder throw for Alan Tavern. 16 dart leg. Good leg of darts there from both players. But it's all going with throw at the moment.
Third leg, it's
But I think
James
the
to throw
big
first.
telling stat at the minute is those doubles percentages. James Richardson, 11 darts at the double, only 1
100.
hit, giving him a 9% conversion rate. You are not going to win many games of darts with a 9% conversion rate on the outer ring.
100.
You might beat me.
Yeah, probably 4-0 with that 9%, wouldn't it?
180.
Definitely that scoring power. That's his second of the game. Puts him in command of this third leg on throw.
60.
So hard to get yourself in a leg against the darts when your opponent hits a 180.
59.
That's a good recovery. Doesn't leave a finish, but recovers the 2 scored with the first
100.
2 darts.
So 6 on this one, 6-2. Well, there's the 1.
$77.
Decent enough recovery after that first dart. Leaves 85 after 12.
57.
And he's got the luxury
James
of time.
require 85.
2 darts at tops. Double 10.
65.
But it's more woes on the doubles for James Richardson. Okay, he will return. But this is becoming a huge worry for Richardson.
60. James
3
required
darts
20.
in his hand. The stats suggest he needs more.
Game
But
shot
he
on the
does
third
not
leg.
need more. He
James
only needs the
Richardson.
1. Straight in the double 10. 1 dart. Holder throw. All 3 legs gone with a holder throw so far. Can Alan Tabern
Fourth leg,
keep
it's
that
Alan
going
to throw
in leg
first.
4?
Yeah, you see the
100.
checkout stat 2 from 14 for James Richardson.
$45. $100. $140.
Just taps Alan Tabern on the shoulder, does that. 140.
100.
Just casting my eye over the finishing stats for the last couple of days, and it doesn't
140.
seem like James Richardson has had a dip on the doubles where we could start to see a pattern emerging. So logic should say that this should
20.
start to recover itself, but Alan Tabern uses a dart to knock out the other dart. He leaves himself on a non-finish. He has gone from a finish of the 161 to a non-finish. If dart 3 would have just bounced out on its own, 161, but he carried the other
100.
single 20 out as well. And that is the definition of unlucky.
Very, very unlucky for Tabern, and he could be broken as a consequence.
140.
Those 2 stayed in,
James
and credit to him
requires
for hitting the
76.
140 because it applies the pressure on this 76. 1 dart at tops,
56.
and it's more
Alan,
woes
you
on the
require
doubles for James
41.
Richardson. And Tabern returns for 41. 2 12s. Now double 6.
Game shot.
And there it is for 2 apiece. And
Alan
credit to
Tabern.
Alan Tabern. His head didn't dip when he had that bounce out, which basically left him without a finish. He then returned with a 140, then takes out the
Fifth leg, it's
41
James
last
to throw
dart in
first.
hand. And James Richardson has had more darts at double. That would have put him 3-1 in front. He would have been throwing for the match at this
60.
juncture. But as we have it, we're dead level at 2 apiece.
I think it would have took a very cold-hearted person to have
81.
begrudged Alan Tabern that leg. Great recovery there. Not just the bounce out, but taking the dart out of there as well. We did see this, didn't we, with Gary Anderson and Phil Taylor at the World Championship
43.
many moons ago. Gary Anderson had a 180. That all came out on the floor, giving him a no score, because you have to actually retrieve the darts for the score to count.
140.
It's like at the fairground, you know, when you think you've won a prize, but actually behind the scenes they have a hammer that knocks it out and you don't win the fluffy teddy bear.
100.
Prize for these this week
40.
is a spot at Champions Week. At the end of 12 weeks here at the MODUS Super Series. They're playing for £20,000. What a prize that is for the amateur game.
43.
Get for a good player, they're automatically through to Saturday's final in front of a crowd, which you can get tickets for at dartshop.tv.
100.
May be able to pay the gas and electricity bill with such prize money.
180.
Those are the skills that
Alan, you
pays the
require
bills for James
140.
Richardson. His third max of the match. And it may have carved out the
82.
opportunity here.
James, you require 75.
To get his nose back in front.
That 5 leaves no finish on for James Richardson here, which is going to offer the opportunity of the breaker throw for Alan
67.
Tabern. 58
Alan,
the
you
shot
require
required.
58.
Going 18s. Oh, he's hit the treble. Leaves him double 2. Needs to come over to the left.
Game shot on
And
the
comes
fifth
to the
leg.
left and
Alan
over the top
Tabern.
of the dart and into the double 2. That is the breaker throw he has been looking for. He goes 3-2 ahead and will be throwing first now for the match.
Sixth
James
leg, it's Alan
Richardson
to
will
throw
be
first.
seething, won't he,
Game on.
about that single 5.
Yeah. Even a 12 would have given him the opportunity of a double
54.
6. It was not a well-thrown dart, and he's just offered the match up to Alan Tabern now. Just to hold a throw away from the first
45.
victory of the day.
And for James Richardson, who hasn't won yet to take, those situations seem to amplify. When you're in that kind of form,
43.
those things that probably will go your way when you're playing well, but when it's just not quite going your way, it tends to go against you.
And nothing's gone his way today. Not picked up any points today.
60.
Which, if this continues, we'll be seeing him move through to the Thursday and Friday mornings, which will be Group C.
Where he'll be joined by Carl Wilkinson, Martin Thomas and Rhys Colley if he is to qualify
140.
for Group C. Group B, David Pallett, Jarrah Cole and Nick Kenny join the fray. Group B is going to be some group.
I think we're going to have exactly the same problem we've got with this
92.
one, where it's going to change backwards and forwards so many times that we're not going to have a clear out-and-out favourite.
180.
Hopefully we'll see plenty of darts like that, and that maximum means Alan Tabern can see the finishing line in front of him.
100.
84
Alan, you require
after 12,
84.
and he's got 6 at it to seal the win. Doesn't have to go for the bull. He'll go for double 8.
68.
But that's not a bad miss with Richardson back on 204.
So 3 darts in hand. Time to contemplate. Time to prepare.
40.
2 points up for grabs.
Alan, you require
If just one
16.
dart can hit the double. Double 8 is the shot. Over to 4s.
Game, shots,
And it's in.
and the match.
And it's
Alan
over.
Tabern.
Alan Tabern takes the victory. 4 legs to 2 over James Richardson. 2 more points on the tally there for Alan Tabern. He is third 180 of the day in that match. 3 180s in that match alone there for James Richardson, but it was not enough to stop Alan Tabern taking the victory. The checkouts there, the problem for James Richardson, just converting 2 out of 16 attempts. 12.5% checkout rate for James Richardson. and Alan Tabern takes the victory 4 legs to 2.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Well, our penultimate game of the day coming up next, but let's reflect on that one. And if you'd have said to me this morning, James Richardson will go through the card and not pick up a point, I'd have thought you were Billy Bonkers.
Exactly, because he played really well yesterday. Obviously had that 108 average, which was the highlight of yesterday, but yeah, it just didn't quite happen for him today, and he's got to pick himself up quickly now, overnight. It's a long time to think about things, so just go away, just do something that's as far away from darts as possible, go out for a meal, something like that.
Just probably have a curry.
Probably have a curry, or depending on what's in the slow cooker, maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's just been a strange day, but an example of his problem, which has been the doubling all day. 14 darts missed at a double. That's equivalent to a leg with the way some of these players have been playing today. Much more efficient for Alan Tabern, and what a difference a day makes. Yesterday had to wait until his penultimate match of the day before he picked up his first win, and he's won 4 out of 5 today.
Exactly, and we said, didn't we, that confidence from winning the last 2 games, it made him feel a lot better than perhaps if he won his first 2, lost the last 3. And that confidence has gone into today, and a really good day from him, and it sets him up quite nicely, gets him in a nice place ahead of tomorrow.
Well, we'll have a quick look at that table to see how it has changed, and there you can see Alan Tabern on 10 points. He is finished for the day, as James Richardson. But this could be a big swing game for Lisa Ashton. She's playing Graham Usher up next. A win here, she could potentially have a 6-point gap if the results go her way in the final match of the day, or it could be reduced to just 2.
I think this game will dictate what we are looking at tomorrow. Is it the race for the top, or is it the race for the top 3? I think we'll see where the narrative for tomorrow will be, dependent on the results of this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it is Lisa Ashton up next, and she will be facing Graham Usher. Our final match of the day will be Dan Reed against Justin Smith. But let's get on with the action as we join Charlie Coulterfield.
Two games left to go this afternoon. Graham Usher, Lisa Ashton on stage now, and that'll be followed by Dan Reed versus Justin Smith. Lisa Ashton took her first defeat.
First leg, it's Graham to throw
of the
first.
day to Dan Reed.
Game on.
After 3 victories to set off her day, beating Justin Smith, James Richardson and Alan Tabern.
66.
Bookies favouring Graham Usher here. He does have the advantage of throw.
41.
has had a bit of indifferent form today.
96.
Lost last time out to Alan Tabern with just a 79 average. Didn't recover
100.
well from that game earlier on with Justin Smith. Very good game. 97.70 for Justin Smith. 96.21 for Graham Usher. The second best average of the day by a clear mile, but came off
90.
with defeat and -2 on his leg difference.
134.
All about that defeat if he can take victory in this one. Will really close things up at the top end of the group.
55. Graham, you require 65.
Is the shot. He will try and leave tops. He does leave tops.
Game
And
shot
he
on the
does
first
take out
leg.
tops for
Graham
a
Usher.
15-dart leg to open things up. Good opening here from Graham Usher. Bouncing back from that defeat last time out with just a
Second leg,
79
it's Lisa to
average.
throw
Good
first.
recovery.
Game on.
It was that quick. I struggled to get back in time. But Lisa
100.
Ashton here, it's all about bounce back ability. And as Chris Mason said upstairs, we'll see
92.
how big the swing will be at the end of the day. She can put herself on 16 points. She's in a really commanding position going into tomorrow. If she
100.
loses and Justin Smith beats Dan Reed, we've got a fight for the line on our hands at 9:30 tomorrow morning here
100.
on Sporty Stuff TV. No matter what happens, please do join us for that.
My concern right now, if I was Lisa, would be that legs column. She
140.
averaged 78 last time out, and she was down in the low 80s, but has dug herself an
83.
opportunity here.
Lisa,
at the
you require
161, and she has the
161.
throw. She's got 6 darts in hand.
81.
Big last start. I know Usher's not on a finish, but the 80 is much nicer than what could have been left
134. Lisa, you require 80.
to level us up. Been a quality affair, this one thus far. 1 dart at tops.
60. Graham, you
And
require
usually this
92.
has been Ashton's domain when she's had 1 dart in hand at the end of a combination. Graham Usher's only going to have 1 dart in hand at the end of the
74.
combination for
Lisa,
the
you
double-double on the
require 20.
18s. That goes a begging. And so Ashton returns for double 10 to level us up.
Game shot on the second
In which she
leg.
gets first
Lisa
dart in
Ashton.
hand. Quality contest this one. 1 apiece between Usher and Ashton. But here's the gambler who has the darts in the third.
Third leg, it's Graham to throw first. Game on. $99. $40.
It's the time of the day where we're testing the stamina of the players.
58.
They're now playing their 10th game in just over a 24-hour period. That is a lot of darts into such a short window.
41.
But that's just the way we love it.
121.
15 games minimum to go for these players. They'll be hoping for more, though, because if there's more, they'll be playing on
60.
Saturday. Graham Usher showing he's got the stamina. Look at that average, 99.63 for Graham Usher.
133.
It's that Lisa Ashton 75. It was a 78 in the last game. You've got to start being concerned about that legs column, because if she takes a large defeat,
81.
4-1,
Graham, you
4-2,
require 90.
things are going to open up, and she's not going to be as clear as she was about an hour ago.
And it could be darts déjà vu
82.
for Ashton here, because Usher averaged 99 yesterday in that victory against Ashton. It was their opening round yesterday, final round
57.
today,
Graham,
because
you require
the fixtures
8.
flip on its head.
Game shot on the third
But
leg.
fortunes
Graham
may just
Usher.
well be the same in this battle between these two. Graham Usher is halfway towards repeat, as Lisa Ashton wants revenge to put herself in a comfortable position overnight
it's Lisa
at the
throw
top of Group
first.
A.
Game on.
A 99 average again for Graham Usher against the Lancashire Rose.
70.
And he's halfway towards the victory line. He might be a bit closer now.
123. 70.
Back-to-back 70s there for Lisa. A rarity there that we see.
100.
The back-to-back 70s means the 2 5s and the treble 20. But Graham has upped his stats even higher. He's broke the 100 barrier now.
60.
Something we know a level he can sustain.
98.
Former quarter-finalists at the World Masters at the Circus Tavern in 2019.
60.
Finished third at the Champion of Champions back in July.
60.
And is in a good position here to open up a 3-1 lead and a breaker throw. Gonna get 6 at it.
25.
From 120.
Graham, you require 120.
Oh, that's a nice light.
60.
So you thought he's going to come back for 60 anyway to get the break to open up a 3-1 lead.
45. Graham, you require 60.
Tops.
40.
No finish here for Lisa on 171. So all she can do is just leave something handy and then hope.
91. Graham, you require 20.
Nice lead there for Lisa, but Graham on
Game
double
shot on
10
the
does
fourth
not waste
leg.
any time.
Graham
Straight to
Usher.
the board. Break a throw. Double 10, 1 dart. 3-1 to Graham Usher. And alarm bells are starting to ring for Lisa
Fifth
Ashton.
leg,
That
it's Graham to throw
4-1
first.
potential
Game on.
is coming. And she's losing the lie, which is the concern.
60.
A lot of 5 and 1s creeping in here.
I feel though for Lisa Ashton, if this game does end in defeat, she's not the type that would
100.
go back to the hotel and worry about it. I think she's got the type of mentality, it feels, where she can completely block out whatever scenario is
55.
taking place. And in this format where you're carrying things on day after day, it's almost a little bit like test match cricket in the fact that you know your position in the game.
100.
You know, if you're 312 for 6 overnight, you know exactly what's happening when you're going to bed, and that's what you're trying to think about when you wake up the next day. And
60.
sometimes the best test match cricketers are the ones that can block it out, and I think Lisa Ashton has that ability to do so. It might be key.
That's why she's got those stars on her
100.
collar, representing the world titles that she has picked up. World champions are very good at
100.
blocking out everything that is bad, focusing on the good. She will still be top of the table regardless.
100.
Just by how much. She's responded well to this break of throw. But Graham does not want to be up there much longer.
Lisa, you
A
require
180,
101.
his first 180 of the game. 46. Double 12 for Lisa.
89.
Drops very low.
Graham, you require
46 for Graham
46.
Usher for the match. And a 4-1 victory.
Game, shot,
Which could
and
be
the match.
huge
Graham
when we
Usher.
look at the league table. Not only the 2 points go in the direction of Graham Usher, but a +3 leg advantage. Lisa Ashton, despite going on that big run of wins, has lost her last 2 games. Graham Usher there with a 92.11 average. A 180 in the 180 column and a 57% on the checkout rate, which was a major differential factor there in that one. We've got one more game to come, which is Dan Reed versus Justin Smith.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Well, coming up next is our final match of the session. Tomorrow we will complete this Group A. As it stands, it is Lisa out in front, but I think she's at a bit of a brick wall, maybe physically or maybe just mentally.
I think you have these peaks and troughs, don't you, in these three-day groups. I think the one good thing for Lisa is now she can go home or go back to the apartment or wherever she's staying and just relax, see the rest of the day out. I think she's very good at blocking things out. I think you have to when you've won what she's won in the game. So she can come back with a fresh mind tomorrow, and she knows she's top of the group no matter what happens in the final game of the session. So just go back, relax, and just attack tomorrow as if it's a fresh day.
It was a solid performance from Usher, it has to be said. 92.11 the average. He's ended the day well and strong, where yesterday he seemed to be in the position Lisa was in today, but the finishing from Graham, 4 out of 7, 57%. That's right up there.
Exactly, and he's put himself back in contention now, hasn't it, as well? So it's a crucial victory for him. And again, we said these last games of the session, you want to get the victory because it gives you that confidence overnight. So it's one thing he's got, and again, he can park himself away, happy in the fact he's got that last victory. And let's say that dinner feels so much sweeter and the table looks so much better.
Absolutely. Well, let's have a look at the table. As you can see, it is Lisa still out on top on 14 points. Justin Smith has the opportunity to close that gap to just 2 points. And Dan Reed, of course, has the opportunity to make us 4 players on 10 points and right in the mix for not only winning this Group A and going straight through to Saturday's final, but finishing in that all-important 2nd or 3rd position. So plenty to play for the final 2 players. And it's definitely Charlie Costafine who's going to take us through our final match.
Final game of the day, and plenty to play for here, as described there by Chris Mason. Opportunity still for Dan Reed to put himself in the mix tomorrow, in a chance to be topping this group and moving straight through to Saturday. Has hit a bit of form at the back end of the day, beat James Richardson 4-2, and then followed that up with a victory over the table topper Lisa Ashton, averaging 91 between both of those games combined. Justin Smith, though, is starting to reel the points in, and he has the leg difference at the moment, plus 10.
First leg, it's Dan to throw first. Game on.
Certainly finding form at the right time, winning his last 3 matches. It's those 140 hitting at the moment for Justin Smith that is really setting him apart.
55. $100. $85.
First start again, sitting nice for Justin Smith.
100.
This has sort of been, when he's hit that form, the back end of this game, or this end of this day, in that first start.
95.
Setting him up nicely.
$60.
Good thinking there by Dan Reed, using the 19s. Single 19 with left in the 170. The double treble there, though, leaves him on the 132.
100. Dan, you require
should see him use the ball.
132.
That's because 25 leaves treble 19, which leaves the ball, and he's got a lovely marker in there as well.
Game shot
You just knew that was going to go in.
Reed.
That first dart, lovely, sat just on the outside of the wire there, allowing him to make it just a little bit bigger. Use the wall, use the bumper, and
Second
he used
leg,
it
it's Justin to
perfectly
throw first.
for a
Game
1-3-2 finish and a 15-dart leg, and the hold to throw.
60.
Crucially. As I mentioned before,
84.
the game got underway. It's crucial in terms of where the group's going to lie overnight and where the battle lines will be drawn tomorrow. Will it
100.
be for top honours, or will it be for Group B? That is the question.
100.
Been really impressive.
100.
Dan Reed at one point was bottom of the table and looked like he could become cut adrift with one more defeat, and now has found the best darts he's been playing all week.
It's a true test of his
95.
character, and he's come up trumps in that department, and huge credit's got to go his way.
100.
Because I can imagine it's so easy in that situation for your head just to be down in the dumps, and the cycle just continues and continues, and it can be
58.
really demoralising.
Justin, you require 141.
What do I think about this one here?
60.
I don't
Dan,
think
you
he thought
require
about it enough. A
164.
19 or a ball would probably have been the better way forward there to give himself an opportunity at the double. 164 for Reed. He needs 2 trebles. Sat nicely though there for a 140.
100.
He'll be happy enough
Justin,
with
you
100.
require 81. Game shot on the second leg.
Great finish
Justin
there from
Smith.
Justin Smith. He was asked the question, he delivered the answer. Very, very tidy darts. It is 1-1 in a good tungsten clash here.
Indeed
Third
it
leg,
is,
it
and that's the
stands to
sort of
throw
finish
first.
that is taken out by a confident player, isn't it? You just sensed when he went up to double 9 after the treble 16, there was no
54.
miss. And they must be the worst ones as a player sat at the, or stood at the back of the hockey.
100.
A player's got one dart in hand on the back of a combo. You're psyching yourself up to come back to the board, but you're not.
125.
One of the things we haven't really touched on these past couple of days is the fact Dan Reed's probably very used to that situation. Practice partner,
100.
Luke Humphries.
Yes. Doing very well this year, Luke.
140.
On the PDC circuit, multiple European Tour winner. It's the Jena this weekend.
93.
At one point, arguably the form player in the world at the time.
We're not having the best player in the world debate, are we?
65.
It's a new person every month.
It's like a calendar, isn't it?
140. Daniel
Excellent
require
visit from Justin
170.
Smith. Makes him favourite for the leg now. He's been asking questions of his opponent,
41. Justin, you require 68.
and more often than not, they haven't had the answers recently. Double 4
Game
for a
shot on
break
the
of
third
foe and a
leg.
2-1
Justin
lead.
Smith.
And yet again, this is impressive from Justin Smith. The average is just below 93. He's looking to put himself within 2 points of Lisa
Fourth leg,
Ashton
it's Justin
overnight.
to
He's
throw
halfway
first.
towards
Game
doing
on.
so. He has the darts in the 4th.
140.
Yet another 140. It's been one of his trademarks today. And I wonder if he does get himself on 12 points, whether
81.
you could make a case, despite Ashton being the leader overnight, that he could be the favourite to go on and win Group A because he's got the momentum
140.
on the back end of this session.
He's certainly got the highest ceiling at the moment as well. He has had the best performance of the day so far, 97 average. If we round it, we're
140.
going to be rounding that to a 98 because it was just short off the 98 mark, which, if we look at both players, Lisa's not hit
100.
those heights as of yet. Lisa's been clipping away with consistency, but if Justin can keep this level up for a couple more games, he's going to reel her in.
140.
Justin Smith's last 4
Justin, you
scoring
require
visits have been 140,
121.
140, 140 ton.
97. Dan, you require
Gives himself a
140.
chance to go out in 13. If Dan doesn't go out in 12, which he cannot from this position, Justin will be coming back.
80.
Double
Justin, you
12 the
require
shot.
24.
3 darts in hand. That's a good lie.
12.
That's a bad miss.
Dan, you require 60.
Gives Dan the opportunity to get the breaker throw back and level this game back up at 2-2. That is far enough away that it's not a problem. Be unaffected on the tops.
40.
He's missed the double 10.
Justin, you require 12.
To put himself within one.
Game shot on the fourth
And
leg.
that
Justin
is a
Smith.
big dart for Justin Smith. It puts him one away from victory, which would put him to within 2 points of Lisa Ashton overnight. I'm going to now love you and leave you, Matthew. It's been a pleasure spending the day with you in the comms booth. I'm now going to head back up to the balcony where I'll finish off the programme with Chris Mason. Dan Reed will be hoping that'll be in a few more minutes' time.
$60.
It might be a few more moments' time. Justin opening with a trebleless visit, while Dan Reed is finding plenty.
140.
125, 140 with the throw. Takes some breaking. The average moving up to 95.86 despite being 3-1 down.
$125.
Good leg of darts this from Dan Reed. Down after just 9 darts.
41.
With the throw.
Dan, you require 111.
Looks like we're going 3-2. Rebel 17 for tops. Tops for 3-2.
91.
Nothing Justin can do here. Get a few practice strokes in.
140.
Finds one of those
Dan, you
trademark
require
140s.
20.
But even that doesn't leave him on a finish. Dan with plenty of time.
10.
Went aggressive there. Will be coming back. Nothing Justin can take out from 200.
94.
Good last dart
Dan,
there.
you require
Still leaves him on a
10.
3-darter. Going straight for this by the looks of things. Comes low. We'll get one more dart. At double 2.
Game shot on the fifth
And
leg.
hits it with a last
Dan
dart in
Reed.
hand. It was all getting a little bit tense at the end of the leg there, but Dan Reed with last dart in hand takes out the double 2, gets 2 legs on the board. It is now 3-2 to Justin Smith, with Justin throwing first for the match.
30.
Providing opportunities for the match to continue.
60.
There was 3 well-thrown darts. Just all sat on the top wire. 60 points will feel a bit harsh with that
60.
shot. He's got another opportunity here. Justin Smith railing to the treble with his first 6 darts.
95.
The average just coming down slightly now for Justin. He's dropped below the 90.
60.
Is this a case of seeing the finishing line?
85.
In this situation, that is fine for Dan Reed. They've both thrown 9 darts, but Dan Reed has a 90-point buffer on the scoreboard.
100.
Advantage of the throw. Fantastic dart there for Dan Reed to leave himself 130. Good thinking as well to use the 17s, because then he could have switched over to the 18s to make sure of the 91.
Dan, you require 130.
But he'll fancy himself having 6 at this. That's a good lie for the treble. Bullseye for 3 all.
96.
And wide. He
Justin,
has
you
left a double
require
though.
151.
Leaves himself on the double 17 if Justin Smith does not take the 151 for the match, which he cannot do now. So Dan Reed will return at 34.
95. Dan, you require 34.
For 3-3.
$17. Justin, you require 56.
For the match. Missed the big number. Should still get a match dart. Takes the pick at double 16.
Game,
and
shots,
pings
and the match.
double 16
Justin Smith.
to take the last match of the day. Justin Smith wins 4 legs to 2. Average for that game, 88.41 for Dan Reed. Justin Smith, 85.33. The checkouts was the telling factor, though. Only 2 from 13 for Dan Reed. 50% on the checkouts there for Justin Smith. But a big finish to open the game off. That 1-3-2 for Dan Reed. It was not enough. Justin Smith takes the last result, 4-2.
Thank you very much, Matt. Well, Henry, what a great end to today's session.
It was, and it gives us a fantastic finish going into tomorrow, doesn't it? Lisa Ashton's got some pressure now at the top. Justin Smith played well yesterday, maybe didn't always get the results, but today he's been absolutely superb.
Yeah, and that win, we'll have a look at the table, actually, because that win does put Justin Smith within striking distance of Lisa Ashton. I mean, everyone's still in the mix in terms of maybe getting that 3rd spot. You would think the winner would probably come from the top 4. Not been impressed with Dan Reed. It's a player that I really have enjoyed watching in the past. Maybe just a little dip in form. He has spoken of his confidence on the doubles, and that's been a telling factor.
It has. Double 10's been nice to him, but other than that, he's been chasing, and that's something maybe later on this evening he may want to go back to the practice board, have a little bit of a look at. But you look at tomorrow, everyone's got something to play for. Ashton, Smith most definitely be fighting for top spot, and then the 4 underneath, Usher and Tabern with a good start tomorrow can maybe put themselves in the race for 1st place, but everyone's got something to play for in terms of getting into 3rd place, making sure you're in Group B come Thursday night.
Yeah, well, we've seen James Richardson go through the dark card today without a win, which I find unbelievable. I couldn't have predicted that, especially in this group and the form we've seen in the past from James Richardson. But there is 10 points up for grabs tomorrow. I can't see him winning this group. I mean, the most he could get to is 16. I think, well, we spoke earlier, I think maybe Lisa, if she picks up 3 wins of 5 tomorrow, that may be just about enough.
She gets on to 20, I think she's through. But yeah, I think for James tomorrow is to make sure you try and get 4 wins from 5 and force the issue of the others above him. And he's kind of free rolling. I know one of your favourite phrases, but he is in that situation where he's got absolutely nothing to lose. Just go out and attack it and see what happens, basically.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for joining us this morning and this afternoon. We will conclude Group A tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your Tuesday. We'll see you at 9:30 a.m.